Hey there, RemPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to chat with a legend. Peter Adkison is the founder and first CEO of Wizards of the Coast, current manager of Gen Con TV, we are clearly a fan, and champion for indie RPGs. You won't want to miss it. This week's giveaway is a choice. The winner can choose between a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook PDF or get a badge to Gen Con. If you've been waiting, this is an amazing chance to get that free badge. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And for bonus entries, check out remalternis.com/newyen or patreon.com/remalternis to get additional entries. Your support helps pay our cast and crew, so we greatly appreciate it. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, RemPCs. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's me, Rem, and I am here with, as I said, legend, Peter Adkison. Hi, Peter.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. I'm so excited to talk to you today.
I'm so excited to be on your show. I mean, you got such a great show. You're kicking butt.
Guys, I'm going to clip that and play it anytime I need, that proud moment there.
Yeah. You need a couple of takes. Sarah's show is so good. Sarah's show is great. Sarah's like one of the best shows on Gen Con TV. There you go. You got a couple options.
Oh my gosh, I'm blushing real hard right now.
It's a good thing you have red hair.
Yeah, right. So tell us a little bit about you, Peter, before we get into all the career stuff. Who are you as a human being?
Who am I? Well, I have an amazing wife, Dee Fenton, and she works in the world of corporate compliance. So she does like stuff that's actually useful, and I work in entertainment. And she thinks her work is really boring, and I think, yeah, but honey, you're doing stuff that actually really matters. And we live in downtown Seattle, and a high-rise condominium that my wife owns. I just think the world of her. So we like to go walking, like to go hiking. We like to play games. She prefers board games. I prefer role-playing games, but we both like both. So it's all good. That's it. That's all we do.
That's super cool. It's great to find a fellow gamer to share your love in, but still have competing separate interests as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's go back to the days of old. How did you discover your love of gaming?
Oh, well, my family, I grew up with games. I mean, not, gamer games necessarily, but, my family loved games. So I grew up, playing Pinochle with my grandparents and, the typical, the usual suspects that you find in typical family. And so that was just like an accepted pastime. And then at some point, we ran into Risk, the old, I don't know if it's a Milton Bradley or Parker Brothers. Anyway, board game, take over the world sort of game. And we just loved it. Now, we being my dad and my mom wasn't so sure. But that was kind of our gateway drug into, in that time, there were no role-playing games or trading card games, but wargaming was, sort of the roots of what we think of as the tabletop gaming hobby. Was in that time, it was almost strictly war games. And that's, and there were two types of war games, there was the board war games, you move chits around, or there were miniatures war games, historical miniatures. So we got into that when I was about 11 or 12. So this is like 1972, something like that. And we went in deep really fast. My dad and I just loved to play these games. He was in the military, so he had military friends, and they would come over, and I grew up playing these types of games, and then from there it went into every other type of game.
Yeah, fair. And I love that family beginning and moving into that deeper and deeper love of as you discover more games and
Right.
get into different rule sets and stuff. That's a lot of fun. So what inspired you then to make the jump in your early career to start a gaming company?
Yeah, so I was exposed to Dungeons and Dragons in 1978, and I had just before that became a fantasy fan in the sense that my older brother gave me The Hobbit, and so I was like riding high from like, oh, fantasy is really interesting. I hadn't read any other fantasy works at that time. And so when I went to the game, so I got into role playing games, and I just fell in deep. I very quickly started creating my own world, Chaldea, and which I've been running ever since. And so there was a time while we were in college. I had friends, and we had just one of them had just purchased one of those big box sets from the Judges Guild, and we were opening it up and drooling over it and looking at it. And my friend says, we could do this. We could make something like this. We're imaginative enough, and so we thought, wow, oh yeah, that's a really cool idea. We kind of fantasized about that as a little group for a few minutes. And one of my friends said, yeah, we could call it Wizards of the Coast because that was the name of a Wizards guild that was in one of the campaigns that we were playing in. And this was like a badass guild. Like if one of the Wizards of the guild showed up on the battlefield, you were like, uh-oh, stand down. Like, don't want to mess with these guys. So there was sort of an attitude about it right from the beginning, And so we thought, yeah, maybe we should start a game company. And then we're like, maybe we should finish college first. So this has been, because this conversation was taking place in, I don't know, 1980, 81, something like that. And so it was 10 years later that actually, circled back to that idea and decided to get into game publishing in 1990.
Amazing. And from there, and so Wizards of the Coast was founded.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when we formalized it. It's funny, we did occasionally, we would do something and we would write Wizards of the Coast on it just for fun, like my friend Ken did the graphic design of somebody's wedding invitation and he wrote Wizards of the Coast on it. I had my first self-publishing sort of thing was this thing called Castles and Conquests, and it was wargaming rules because, again, my roots in wargaming. So it was wargaming rules for D&D or for fantasy, any sort of fantasy campaign. And I put Wizards of the Coast, but none of that really, counts in the long run. But we were sort of using the name informally and for throughout the 80s, and then it was in 1990 that we started the company officially and got serious about it. And the rest is history, as they say.
Awesome. And so one of your early projects was the Primal Order?
Yes, that's right. So when we started Wizards, I had not yet met Richard Garfield, who was the genius game designer who came up with Magic the Gathering. When we started Wizards, we were just going to be an RPG company, because that was our first love. And so we sat down. The first meeting we ever had as a company, we all just sat in a room and brainstormed ideas for products that we could do. Like, oh, we're going to start a company. That's cool. What are we going to make? I don't know. So we all sat around and brainstormed ideas for products. And one of those ideas was to create a book that captured a lot of the house rules we had for playing gods. So, Sarah, you might find this hard to believe, but we were power gamers. Can you?
No.
Yeah. I mean, we were the community, like the game Munchkin was inspired by, right? So like, so we had lots of high level characters who had went from being mortal to being demigods or lesser gods, using the orthodoxy as outlined in the Deities and Demigods book by TSR, right? So that was we were playing some ridiculously powerful stuff. 100th level characters and all this craziness. And so, but to do that, we had come up with rules for gods. And it was like, well, there's got to be something special about a god other than just like your standard stats, right?
Right.
And so we wrote a book called The Primal Order, which was sort of about that topic of playing gods, either as NPCs as a GM, if you want some rules to rely to, as opposed to just hand waving it, or as a player who becomes a god. Like, well, what does that mean? Like, what do they have? And so we designed it to be able to be used with all the popular game systems, of the day, D&D, of course, but GURPS and Rollmaster and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that was our first book, and it was critically acclaimed, I think is what they say. When people love the book and say nice things about it, but doesn't necessarily sell that well.
Oh, that's got to be a really good feeling, though, to have something that is a love. I mean, you could say similarly the same about D&D before it was, got as popular in the public eye as it is now. To say like, great, yeah, we have our niche of like this many people that like us. So that's really cool, though, creating your own systems that early on and adding to the lore of what already exists out there with different titles that you love, and that's really cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's of course Magic and Dungeons and Dragons and other brands that I've been associated with, are a lot more important, but there was something very special about when the first shipment of Primal Order books shows up, off of a truck, and we unload the truck and put the books in the garage,
That's so cool.
Open them up and look at it. Having that book in my hands the very first time I saw it as a complete book. That's a special moment. Anybody that's been in publishing will probably say the same. There's something magical about the first time you do that, and yeah, it was fantastic.
I agree completely. It's I think I played Shadowrun for the first time with one of the writers. He was in our home group for D&D, and when we switched to Shadowrun, he had actually written our names into one of the books for like I was written as an elf genius or something like that, and I'm in Chrome Flash was my first appearance in that. And I still go and find the books at bookstores here in Montreal, and everyone speaks French up here, so I'm like, c'est moi. It's just like you get so proud of that, like this is the first one.
Yeah, cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
So after Primal Order, and I'm sure some other ideas and stuff like that, you had a big hit or several with launching Magic the Gathering and the Pokemon trading card game. You were in charge of distribution of that?
Yeah, the Pokemon came quite a bit later, but Magic the Gathering, I met Richard Garfield, who is an amazing human being, a great designer. I love him dearly. And we're still friends to this day, 30 years later. And he, in the course of our conversations and meetings, he came up with the idea for Magic the Gathering. And it was, I feel so fortunate that I liked the idea. The world's much more interesting, for me that I got to be the publisher. So, it's entirely his creation. He got no help from me really, other than I published it. And so he came up with this idea. We jumped on it. I felt so happy that he entrusted me with it, because he probably could have found another option. than some small, tiny little role playing game company here in Seattle. So we jumped on it and we made it. And yeah, that was, obviously, we all know how big Magic is, and it was amazing, like just like a dream come true to be involved in a game like that, and to have been there in the roots, to have been able to play the game with playtest cards before there were real cards, and to know all the guys that helped him make it, and to have been part of it, people that at Wizards who played key roles in it, like Jesper Meerfors, who commissioned all the original art for Magic the Gathering, and Lisa Stevens, who went on to become the CEO, Paizo. She was our head of sales and marketing. Beverly Marshall Sailing, who ended up being the executive editor for Wizards of the Coast for the next decade. There was something special about the crew that we had at the time, and we didn't know it yet, but we were pretty good. we got this game out, and it was definitely a lion by the tail. And so that was 1993 that Magic the Gathering came out. So Primal Order came out in 92. So it was a year later.
Okay. So what is it like now, walking the halls of Gen Con and seeing people still buying and selling Magic cards and playing the game and stuff like what is it like to know that your hand was in something that is such a staple of the nerd community?
It's surreal. I mean, it's like, how did this happen? I grew up on a farm in Idaho. The idea of just being in the gaming industry was so exciting, much less, starting a company that ended up being so important. And it's great that people have, that has brought so much joy to so many people's lives. People love the game. And so when you can give something that they love, that's great. And I think another thing I'm really happy about is that with Magic, we were ultimately able to create a tournament system, we call it an organized play program where tournaments and prize purses where people could win, money for competing at high levels of the game. And I feel very proud of that as well, because it's like, it gives something for the people who weren't the jocks, I mean, no offense to the jocks, but, I grew up, if you weren't a jock, you missed out on so much that was happening. Like they would travel and they'd be in teams, and there was team spirit and all this stuff like that, and what do us geeks have to do, right? So it was, I'm really happy that Magic became a way for geek boys and girls, men and women, to go out and have a way to compete and earn status in their community and travel even, so like when we did tournaments all over the world, there was a lot of people to travel. I talked to someone like Justin Gary, who went on from being US champion in, I don't know, 98 or whenever it was, and playing on the pro circuit. He went on to start his own game company. We've become good friends. And he talks about how Magic changed his life from the perspective of introducing him to other cultures, and how he would travel to Japan and France and Sweden and just all over the place, and have people from different countries, walks of life, all sitting down and playing this game together. And so that is really cool. I'm very happy with that. But yeah, at Gen Con, seeing people play Magic, it's always nice to walk up to a Magic table. Oh yeah, I remember this game,
Do you ever get the people that are like, let me explain this to you?
Yeah. No. I don't go and pretend I don't know how to play. I think that would be kind of rude on my part. But yeah, there's, it's not just the Magic community. I think gamers generally in our culture, we're pretty welcoming to people just coming up and like, oh, you want to play? Sit down. We'll show you how to play, and be pretty nice, except for diplomacy players. They're in a different category.
They were old time Monopoly players. Monopoly turned into
Yeah, I'm still bearing some scars from a couple of diplomacy.
Definitely. So I did very extensive Wikipedia research, and so I read this, and I'm curious if this is true and what your take on it is. Were you already designing D&D 3rd edition when you were approached by TSR about acquiring them?
Oh, in a way, we had a lot of house rules. I mean, not really saying, oh, we're working on 3rd edition when we didn't own D&D yet. I mean, that's I wouldn't phrase it that way, but we certainly, my group was incredibly active, and a lot of gamers do this. There was really nothing special here, but we certainly had a lot of house rules. Because D&D, if you got serious about playing D&D, well, the whole Primal Order, I mean, that was all house rules for how to play gods, right? So, I mean, anybody that played D&D very much realized, okay, this game can use some tweaking, especially the early editions. Very charming. They're very charming. I love them. I love AD&D. I love D&D. But, if you're really going to play it, you had to twist. So we had a lot of house rules. I think that's what that... I don't think the Wikipedia, that sentence is wrong, but it's a little misleading.
Yeah, it sounded like that you might already have a plan to like take what these home rules and stuff like that and present it to TSR about.
No more like a fantasy than a plan. Okay. I would say.
I see the fantasy. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, we certainly started. I mean, maybe it's referring to the time from when we started negotiating with the prior owner up to the time of the acquisition. As soon as I started having negotiations with Lorraine Williams about buying the company, well, it takes several months for that to happen. It's a big transaction. We certainly were starting to work on 3rd edition during that period.
Right.
Yeah.
Now. When all of this went down with the acquisition and stuff like that, like why did they approach you? Because of your success with Magic? Did you have relationships with them? Like why Wizards of the Coast?
Yeah, so they didn't really approach us. we had approached them. I had met Lorraine Williams a couple of years earlier and said, hey, if you ever want to get out of this business, let me know. And that didn't go over too well. I think she thought I was, I don't know, who knows. So it was, so she got into, by the way, there's a new book out, just came out like yesterday or the day before. I highly recommend, called Slaying the Dragon by Ben Riggs. And it tells this story in gory detail. Ben did really good research, interviewed a lot of people. He interviewed me, so I like the book. No, I'm just kidding. The hero of that story is Ryan Dancy, and Ryan Dancy was working with Five Rings Publishing Group with a guy named Bob Abramowitz, and when Lorraine got into a tough financial situation and needed to sell the company or get investors at least. And she reached out. Somehow, her and Bob Abramowitz connected because Bob knew her in a previous life, and she didn't reach out to me. And so Ryan and Bob were trying to organize an investment group to buy TSR in Seattle area, and we're having trouble putting it together. And so Ryan knew me, and they reached out to me and said, hey, and as it became increasingly difficult for them, when it became clear that they couldn't get the money, and as Lorraine got into an increasingly difficult spot, eventually Ryan says, well, there is a solution here. We can call Peter Adkison. And so eventually she let them do that, and they brought me into the deal. And then we and of course, Ryan, first thing I told Ryan was like, well, okay, I'm happy to do this, but I'm going to end up owning it, not you. It's like, how about if you come work for me and run it? And Ryan's like, that sounds pretty good. All right.
Yeah.
So it became so he got it. Yeah. so he ended up playing a very important role in doing that whole deal. And I think he's happy with how it turned out.
Neat. It's neat to hear those stories about how these come to be, because the gaming community is remarkably small, where, you can sit down at a table and don't know that you're sitting with, people that have run companies or own companies or wrote this or did that. And so it's really neat to kind of see these names all come together and how they all got involved with each other. So neat. Cool.
Yeah, I think having worked with Lisa Stevens is another, that's a good example. The woman who went on to start Paizo, which is now, it's become a very important company in our industry. I saw, speaking of Ben Riggs, he posted a picture of let's see, it was Lisa Stevens. I don't know if it's a picture or just talking about Lisa Stevens, Mark Reinhagen, John and Michelle Nephew, the Wick brothers, and did I say Jonathan Tweet? I can't remember who all I've said already. So anyway, all these people were all working together and at Lion Rampant / White Wolf back in the early 90s. And then they all went different directions. And all those people I listed have done amazing things independently of the companies that they started. Steve Wick was just in the news for selling or merging Drive-Thru RPG with some
Roll
other
20.
company. Yeah, with Roll20. Yeah. And Lisa with Paizo, and Jonathan Tweet, of course, went on to work for me at WotC and wrote 3rd edition D&D and a bunch of other credits to his name. John and Michelle Nephew went off to do, they weren't married yet at the time. So Atlas Games, and, who knows what the hell Mark Reinhagen's doing. But anyway, that's pretty cool.
Neat.
Pretty cool how talented people will find their way, right? They might get together and start a company, have mixed results. I think a lot of people don't remember Lion Rampant. They did a game called Ars Magica, which was amazing, but more of a footnote than a hit, but a really important one. And so even though that company didn't really become a big deal, it's great how people will find their way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Cool.
So I don't know how I got onto a Lion Rampant there. Not a rant, but I just have a lot of respect for a lot of people. Like our industry is full of really great people and who are doing great things. And I just always like it when it works out for them. I'd like it to work out for everybody who puts in the work. It's
there's a lot of talent and a lot of passion, and even if you don't have the skills, that passion just seems to manifest into like a willingness to learn and grow. And so really like seeing, we didn't know anything about streaming when COVID hit, and so seeing that kind of ramp up because we were passionate about it and we wanted to make it happen. And so it's neat to watch that. And that's me not tooting my own horn, tooting my tech Tom's horn. He makes us all look good.
You're here. You do it. It's great. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about a little later on then with Pokemon.
Yeah, so that was so Magic, became a big hit almost right away after we came out with it in 1993. 1994, 95 grew really rapidly. There was it immediately, of course, spawned other games. I mean, people like, oh, this idea of a trading card game, we want to do something like that. And so there were probably like 100 trading card games that came out, within 2 years of Magic coming out. And unbeknownst to us, really off our radar was one of those games was Pokemon over in Japan. I don't know exactly when it came out. I should know, but at some point, and we were doing a lot of business in Japan with Magic. We sold a lot of Magic in Japan. Magic, it was our biggest market per capita. And
wow.
Yeah, we sold. It was almost as big as North. So like around 1996, I would say, which was kind of a year where, kind of like once we'd gotten full distribution into all of sort of the easy markets to get into, like throughout all of Western, all of Europe, South America, and Japan, and a couple Asian countries. Japan was like 30% of our worldwide sales, and
Wow.
yeah, so it was really big. And so I was going over there regularly because it was such an important business. And I remember going over there once, and Mr. Sato, who was the head of Hobby Japan, telling me, "Sorry, Peter, Magic's no longer the #1 trading card game in Japan." And I was like, "Oh, no, like, just, I mean, I love, I love this business, and I love a lot of games, but you feel protective of your own game. You want it to, not that I didn't want other games to do well, but you just worry about like the livelihoods of your employees and stuff like that." And so he introduced us to Pokemon, and we were like, "Oh, okay." It was comforting in a way, because we realized right off the bat this was not a direct competitor. This was a game that was very linked to a media franchise, a game, the Nintendo Game Boy. It was targeted at a younger market, and it was really for anime fans as well. And so, and we also, it took us a little while to realize this, I think, but we realized that Pokemon probably would help Magic in the long run, because being backed by television, and this is all a new thing. I mean, everybody takes this for granted now, but in those days, the idea of a game that was as complicated as Pokemon, or the games that we like in the tabletop gaming industry, having a game like that linked to media, like a Saturday morning cartoon, was just unheard of, right? And so the fact that this was happening, I think that Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Too deserve a huge amount of credit for introducing millions and millions of kids to the idea of a more complicated game. And I believe that when they grow up, a certain percentage of those people just like, hey, what else is there to play that's interesting?
Yeah.
It's so Pokemon was a gateway drug to tabletop games. And so we were, so that was that, and it was great and everything like that. And then sometime later, we got a call from Mr. Shihara, who was, and still is, I believe, in charge of the Pokemon franchise, and say he wanted to come visit us in Seattle. We're like, okay, sure. Yeah, come on over, right? So he comes over with an entourage, and meets Richard Garfield and myself and some of our team, and he does this inspiring, just beautiful thank you. He just thought, thank you for making Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering inspired us to make Pokemon, and this never would have happened without you, and was just very generous with his praise. And then he ended with, "Would you like to be our distribution partner for Pokemon in the United States?" And we're like, yeah, we love Pokemon. Yeah.
You were wooed.
We were wooed. Yeah. And so, so this was kind of how we ended the 90s, was doing Pokemon. And by the time I left, we were still doing Pokemon. Wizards was doing Pokemon as part of Hasbro ultimately. And we had distribution. We had the rights in our contract for distribution in all countries except Japan, in all languages but Japanese. So we earned additional trust of being able to manage and we only did the trading cards. We're not claiming any credit for the Game Boy or for the TV series. But it was pretty cool. That's
awesome. Oh, I love that story. I got like a little tear at that. Like, thank you for making this and inspiring us to do this. Like, that's really cool. Oh yeah, my gosh.
You don't see that a lot in business. I mean, musicians will talk to each other that way. Artists will talk to each other. They'll and game designers, I think, are more like that. One of my most treasured moments, jumping way forward on the timeline, but was when I got a chance to have dinner with Gary Gygax and Richard Garfield at the same time. And this was the last year before Gary died. It was at Gen Con, and they had never met each other. And so here you have the designer of Magic the Gathering, designer of Dungeons and Dragons, the two greatest games of the world has ever seen, having, sitting at my table. I was like, I'm so proud, I got rich, and when the two of them met, they were gushing to each other. Like, Gary was saying, Richard, I love Magic. It's such a great game. Congratulations. And Richard's like, oh, but it wouldn't have happened if it wouldn't have been for Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, and just the two of them were so friendly and respectful and gracious in their praise. And I have a picture of the three of us. It's probably the best picture, I have of myself. So, yeah, it's nice. I think designers like this. So it was nice that he was like that.
That's so cool. Oh man, what great stories. Like I'm tearing up again. I guess today's an emotional day for me, I guess. I don't know. I'm very into this.
let it out, girl. It's okay. Let it out.
I'll be in my close-up for Shadowrun, and I'll have all the runny mascara for.
There you go. We haven't even talked about Gen Con yet. There's more tears on the way.
I know, there's so much happening. I'm so excited. All right, so I do want to kind of go backwards in the timeline.
Yeah, sure.
I want to hear a little bit about the D&D campaign that you've been running since, I believe it was 81. Tell us about Chaldea.
Yeah. So, I think that a lot of players, a lot of people, when you first get into D&D, if you're the mind, there's some of us that just immediately want to DM and immediately want to create a world. That's nothing new. So I'm in that box along with thousands of others. And I love the world building. I love history. So to me, when I drew a lot from history. I was a history major in college until I realized that the job prospects would be a lot better if I went into tech. And so, so it was, so I started this world. It's a world that reflects to some extent being a boy in the 70s and playing D&D as a teenager and being very heavily influenced by what Dungeons and Dragons was then. And so it looks on the surface a lot like a traditional D&D world in the sense that it's orcs and goblins and elves and dragons and liches and, and just kind of those things. And and you've got fighters and clerics and all that stuff. So, but I also, it's a bit more rooted in history in the sense that every kingdom of Chaldea is loosely based on some specific place and time. So, cool. So you have like medieval Japan in Muromachi. This kingdom over here is 17th dynasty Egypt.
Cool.
This kingdom over here is Neo-Babylon, 6th century BC or whatever, right? So I rather than try to be unique, I've tried more to look at history and say, in this place in time, what can I do to now add a fantasy element to it, riff off of it? But then it makes it easier to kind of know what the accents should be like and what the graphics should be like and what skin tones should be like and this sort of thing. So that's it took a while to kind of crystallize that. It wasn't that way as much in the beginning. It was as it became over time, especially in this century when I started thinking about publishing it and having to go through. And you go through a process. If you have a homebrew campaign and then decide you want to show it to the world in some way, you have to go through and get rid of all the stuff you plagiarized. Like. You got to throw out the Lochnar. You got to throw out the Ilderstone. You got to throw out Elminster. You got to get rid of all.
I love your honesty.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, where did I steal this from? Okay, I stole it from somewhere. I don't remember. Get rid of it. So yeah.
So Chaldea, you started what world building in 81, and now it's a series that you're producing, correct? Like, what is that whole transition in terms of the format?
Yeah. So until about 10 years ago, it was just my fantasy campaign, right? That I just used for gaming, playing with my friends and world building and stuff. And mostly Dungeons and Dragons, but not exclusively Dungeons and Dragons. I'm also a big fan of Burning Wheel. And so if I'm running a game for my friends, there's a higher chance it's going to be a Burning Wheel game. But since most people like to play D&D, that's the most popular game. You got to cater to that. And that's okay. I love D&D too, so no problem. So when I decided that, so what happened in 2011, one of the companies that thankfully most people haven't heard of, they can't all be winners when you're an entrepreneur. Not every kind of company ends up being a winner. So I had a company that I started in 2005 that went out of business in 2011. And so after that company went out of business, I kind of crawled into a cave for a little while and drink a lot of whiskey probably. And, and on a lark, after just kind of wallowing for about a year on a lark, I just said, hey, I've always been interested in movies. I think I'm going to go to film school. So I just went online, found a local, I didn't try to get into, USC or some fancy place. I just went to a VOTech sort of level, local filmmaking school and got a 1-year degree in filmmaking. And it was a lot of fun. I got what I needed. It was great. I, learned cameras and lights and microphones and all sorts of stuff. But then it's like, well, what do you do with this? And almost immediately there were two things I wanted to explore. One was doing something with Chaldea. It's like, okay, I've invested my whole adult life and some of my teen years to creating this fantasy world. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to go through trying to make a big budget movie. I don't have that kind of money, right? I have enough money to play and do interesting things. So that, and I kind of made a commitment to myself that I would never go out and raise money again, because I'm good at it, but I hate it. And so I'm not going to do that. So what can I do on a budget? And I'm still kind of trying to figure out the answer to that. But somewhere along there, we decided that I have a good friend named Steve Connor, who's a screenwriter and has been playing Chaldea since the 80s. And I said, hey, I got enough money to hire you, and we can do a film shoot once in a while. What can we do with Chaldea? And so we've been trying to answer that ever since. And so the idea is that we're telling a story in a combination of short films and fantasy art. And we were using a lot of comic book art. We're not doing that as much anymore. And stitching together just stories. Like, I'm not that interested in publishing a Chaldea campaign setting, because there's so many campaign settings out there. I'm not, but I am interested in showing the world and telling a story through media. So so like right now, the way we're doing that is what we call Actoroki, which is also on Gen Con TV, how you and I know each other. So, and because I mentioned there were two things. The other thing that I've been exploring, that I've been very interested in, is the process, the idea of making a film where the story was created in a role-playing game. I'm just very interested in this. And clear back in film school, I was doing this while I was in film school on the side. It's like, these people aren't going to be able to keep me busy. I've worked 16-hour days. And so I started just filming role-playing games before people were doing it on Twitch stuff. I mean, I think people were starting to do it in other places. I just wasn't aware of it. And so when I finished film school, the first film project that we did is I ran a series of Fiasco games, because I thought Fiasco would be great for creating a story, and it is. It works well. And I picked one of those Fiasco stories that we had filmed with some great local RPG players, and we changed it into a script, and we filmed it. And it's called The Devil Walks in Salem. It was using the Salem 1692. I remember whenever the Salem witch trials were. Anyway, it was the Salem play set, and they played it instead of the typical fiasco. Typical fiasco is in sort of a Coen Brothers style comic drama crime thing. They just did it in like a serious style, and so it is a very dark sort of film. And so, but Actoroki is kind of like that process of thinking about stories into films that way has led us to Actoroki. So that's a long setup. Do I have time to actually now explain Actoroki?
Yeah,
okay.
please do.
Yeah.
Please do.
So what we do in Actoroki is we really tighten this down to where we play a D&D game, and then Steve writes a screenplay adaptation of that game in just a few days. And 1 week after we play the game, we're filming actors acting it out. And the filming is done in front of a green screen so that we can very quickly edit it. It simplifies filming because we don't worry about elaborate locations and all that sort of stuff. We just film against a green screen. We swap out the green screen for fantasy illustrations during the edit it together, and create a movie. And so the next week, so from the story being created at an RPG session to the movie coming out is 2 weeks. And then we just do that cycle. So every week is either, so on Gen Con TV, every week we're either streaming the RPG session or we're streaming a script read, just getting all the actors together, reading through the script, or we're streaming the movie. And then we start again.
What day is that on Gen Con TV?
Oh, thanks for asking, Sarah. It's on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific time, or I think that's 8 p.m. in your time zone.
Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific, so 8 Central?
Yeah, 8 Central, yeah.
Awesome. So, Thursday nights, you're watching us here.
Right.
Every Wednesday, you can watch Actoroki. That's really cool. I like that concept a lot.
Yeah, so I know you have some acting roots. Isn't that true, Sarah?
Yes.
So if you're ever up in Seattle, time it well and come be in an Actoroki episode.
Priceline.com going now.
Right.
Stopping everything. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
That'd be so much fun. Yeah, we even have a guest condo. You'd have a place to stay.
Okay, I gotta get through the rest of the show.
It's almost over. It'll be good. You'll be fine. You're holding up really well. I gotta say, you're holding up great.
Oh, I'm all the clump now because I'm very excited about this.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Let's wind down because we are getting close to time with Gen Con. What is your involvement with Gen Con, and what has been your experience?
Yeah, mainly I show up for photo ops. That's the main thing I do at Gen Con. So I acquired Gen Con in 2002. Yes, that's right. And I've owned it ever since. I've got 3 amazing partners who own it with me. And I used to run Gen Con, but I wasn't very good at running Gen Con. It's great to have this company that is like this big party for gamers. And, we just tens of thousands of people come and play games with me in Indianapolis. That's fantastic. Actually, running Gen Con is pain. It's all logistics. It's all like space planning, registration systems, and hotel contracts. And so I don't run it anymore because
you get to do the fun stuff.
I just do the fun stuff. So it's funny. People say, "What do you do at Gen Con?" I don't really know what I do at Gen Con, but I'm really busy.
So how did you get involved with Gen Con TV then?
So it was a case where recently, like for some time, I've kind of missed being involved with Gen Con, like having a role within Gen Con. I really missed that. And so I was trying sometimes kind of awkwardly to kind of like find something to do within Gen Con. And last fall, through our typical process of budget reviews and setting targets and stuff, David Hoppe, who's the president, said, but I'm really not sure we should keep doing the Twitch stuff that we're doing. There's not much chance of making money. It's a big distraction. We're not doing it that well because we don't have anybody whose job it is to run Twitch channel. Everybody's just like lovingly giving it a few extra hours of their time every week. And I'm like, oh, pick me, I'll do it. So David thought it was a great idea. My business partner thought it was a great idea. I'm doing it as a separate company, but with, we structured it professionally. It's like two different companies. Even though I'm, owning both of them, we keep everything organized, and we treat it like a license. From Gen Con licenses the Gen Con TV brand to me, and my responsibility is to find quality programming. And boy, I hit it out of the park with you, Sarah.
I'm just gonna hair flip right on over here.
If I had any hair, I'd flip it right there with you. So we had when I started in February, we had 2 shows, Table Takes and Board Games with the Brothers Murph. Excellent shows, really love them. We still have them, but now we're up to, well, we were at 10 shows, but Kathy has been ill, so Kathy Paints is on hiatus for the time. So right now we're at 9 shows, and our viewership numbers have gone from typical show being a couple hundred viewers up to, most of our shows now are getting somewhere from 500 to 2,000 views on a typical episode. So I think the idea, David and I both, I don't know who deserves credit. We both were of the same mind, I think, right from the beginning, which is like we really need to do with this channel is get more shows, and that more shows, and it's like a channel, and then we have more ways to advertise it and talk about it. And somebody comes in for one show, they'll see other shows. It was a grand experiment. And I think, Sarah, when we first started this, is that I'm only going to promise to do this until Gen Con, because this may not work, right? I don't know what I'm doing here. But that idea, I think, has worked. I think a combination of having more shows, great shows, a little help from there being a lot of eyes on Gen Con right now, has all contributed to, and so I've said, okay, I'm going to keep doing it. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it another year. And you're going to come with me, right? You're with me?
Heck yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right, you heard it here. Renewed for another season.
Yay! We were waiting to get the news. We were like, come on, give us, because we started in April. We were like, 3 months. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Well, I was always pretty sure I would, but I just wanted all the contracts to end at the same time, just in case I decided I hated it or whatever. So
sure.
I was always 90% sure I was going to keep doing it, because it really satisfied the deeper need that I have, which was to wanting to be more involved somehow with the Gen Con business, and yeah. So I'm really happy. I love it. Running a Twitch channel. I'm very involved with Table Takes and Actoroki are the 2 shows that we kind of produce in-house, if you will, and found great producers like you to come in and fill out the rest of most of the weeks. We still need a Saturday show. Anybody out there wants to do a great Twitch show on Saturday, let me know.
That's awesome. Well, and thank you for the opportunity to come and play. I told my story on Facebook of how I kind of oopsed into this because we had some mutual friends. I am not very well versed on who's who in the gaming industry. So I was like, yeah, sure, let's be friends. And then you made the post that you were looking for content for Gen Con TV. And I was like, yeah, sure, check out what we do. We do good stuff. And it all worked out. And then as I started researching, I'm like, who is this guy? And I'm like, oh. All
you knew was that he was cute. Sure. That's all you knew, right?
Well, the thing for me that I do have to say, I know, Tom, we're getting close on time. I promise I'll wrap it up. But the thing for me that really impressed me was when we started meeting, you talked about not only our quality of what we do on our channel at Master of Rem, but our diversity. And that kind of pricked my ears up, because our whole mission was created based on creating a safe space for gamers of all backgrounds and lifestyles.
Absolutely. Well,
And
it was, this was something that's important to us with Gen Con. Gen Con really wants to be more, we have a big DEI initiative, be more diverse, more inclusive. And it's something I didn't, I came from Idaho. It was, I have a narrative arc of starting off on one side of the spectrum, the cultural and political spectrum. And, now being over here, really embracing, wanting to see as many people from as many walks of life, everybody feel comfortable at Gen Con and in life, have better opportunities. And so this has been an important thing for us at Gen Con. And so when I saw that on your website, like I went to your website and the very first thing is this big, statement about your values and inclusivity. That was like, okay, well, I hope their stuff's good because I want this gal.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, I'm so glad that it worked out. And to wrap up, just thank you, Peter, for not only what you've done for the gaming community, the nerd community, and your contributions through Wizards of the Coast and everything else you do, but also for being able to do all that and still be a genuinely good human. That's a hard thing to find, and thank you for that.
Thank you for having me on. I had a blast. It's good.
And we'll be right back in just a moment. Last time on Shadowrun Emerald Glitch, technomancers played some dirty tricks and disrupted Violet's conversation with Nini Xiaolu as our runners tried to defuse the new mob war before it spirals out of control. But who started it? Who really killed Luca Giordano, and why? What will be the cost of peace in the Emerald City? Join us for part 3 of Revenge of the Green Mansion in the next episode of Shadowrun's 6th World Emerald Glitch, coming up next. And don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway, your choice of a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition, or a free badge to Gen Con. Thank you so much to Peter for donating such a great prize. Enter to win by typing #RemPC in the chat, and you can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/Nguyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice, so check it out. And did you know we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over on www.twitch.tv/masterofrem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, and more. So check us out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time, where we talk with game designer and creator of the Cortex system for RPGs, Jamie Chambers. So we'll see you next time, RemPCs. Hey RemPCs, it's me Rem, and I play Shaylun on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/masterofrem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shaylun. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shaylun Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now Shaylun is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard, Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
So Violet, you go over to the table, and she says, "Yes, I'm Nini Shadu. You may sit down."
Thank you kindly, ma'am, for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Did you have fun last night?
We did. We appreciate your hospitality last night. Sorry that we overstayed our welcome. We weren't really aware of all the rules and such, but I always love learning something new. I'm not very good at games, so it was a little confusing for me, but it's always fun to make new friends, don't you think?
Um, the gentlemen were not very clear that they needed to be out of there by 6 this morning.
We did not get that information, or we would have made sure
Yes.
to leave early. So I do apologize for that. We meant no disrespect to you, ma'am.
That is why the party had to be disrupted.
I do understand.
Now to the reason you're here.
Yes, ma'am. So we are looking for some, we are trying to help out a neighborhood situation. There has been an awful lot of violence, lots of property damage. And I know that that's not good business for anybody, especially a businesswoman like yourself. So we're trying to figure out what the crux of the problem is so that we can help to find some sort of resolution, hopefully something peaceful that works out for everybody and everybody can get back to doing what they do best.
Well, they certainly sent the right person over.
Well, thank you,
She
kindly.
sort of eyes the rest of your comrades.
I'm turned around, staring over the chair.
The time for the Gianelli family has passed. They've outlived their usefulness. It's time for them to die. More specifically, there was some business I had on the side that they interfered with. And I was not able to talk with poor Luca Giordano before they killed him. You know he was a rat, right?
You're live. You guys are live now.
You know he was a rat, right?
I did have a sneaking suspicion that he might be, just the way he comported himself, I think is the right word.
Well, you seem to have better perception than most. As it turns out, he's been a big rat.
Well, the terrifying imagery aside, it is my job to understand folk.
So in his quest for being a rat, he managed to mess up his family, or the family he was kind of sort of a part of. He was selling some of our operations down the drain as well. Sooner or later, he was going to end up dead. But we did not kill him.
So, in your opinion, as a expert in these sorts of matters, who do you think would want to kill this big rat?
Well, if his family found out how big a rat he was, that would certainly account for matters.
Could I do a judge intentions to see if she is
Sure.
lying?
She's keeping it cool, but she's definitely hiding several things.
So I'm gonna lean in towards her just a little bit, not enough to make the bodyguards that are everywhere in this building, I assume, to think that she's in danger. We just lean towards her a little bit and say, you know, between us gals, I know that this is not a female friendly world that you and I reside in. And I know that us ladies need to stick together as much as possible. So what can we do?
She matches your sort of just a little bit of a lean in. Maybe your comrades at the table might not even notice it, but you do. It's that subtle. And she gives the slightest hint of a smile and says, "That's more their problem than ours. Or so I intend to make it."
Or you're not friends.
Yes. If you are not my friend, you are either my enemy or scenery.
And I can appreciate that. That is an excellent way to look at things. My biggest concern right now is that this work that my friends and I are doing, we do not want to interfere with your work necessarily, but there may be some conflict of interest with a certain property that may have been the site of some sort of turf interaction. I believe it was a decade ago.
She leans in just a little bit more and says, "And what property would that be?"
It's the real spooky one.
And she looks over. I didn't think there were any of them left.
Well, we are working to preserve the ones that are left. So you can see my predicament in this.
Yes. It would be an interesting time for them to come back because the Gianelli family were strong back then. She leans in a bit more, like she's almost licking her chops, ready to prey on something. And now they are weak. The less said about the Yakuza, the better.
That seems like good life advice in general.
Then we understand each other, at least in this.
I do believe so. So the only other question that I might have for you is if you all did not kill Mr. Luca, it does appear that someone did to make it look like you all were responsible for it. Now, I know that
Well, I hadn't heard of that.
there is some trouble brewing.
I don't know many in the Gianelli family who are that clever.
Let's see, Hugo, and answer my question because we are on the same wavelength.
I wonder. Who else did Luca Giordano piss off?
If you had any thoughts, I would love to chase down those leads for you. I know you're a busy lady.
Oh, I am.
You have an empire to run. I understand
But
this.
I can clear my calendar to see this through. I wonder if he was going so high in the family and he was informing on them to Lone Star, maybe he was informing on Lone Star to them. Playing all of us against each other.
That seemed like a dangerous proposition, playing all sides against the middle like that.
Very, very dangerous. What is it that he would gain out of that? And I think that brings us back to Minor Nine's work. I know Minor Nine was doing a job for him. I tried to get him to do the same job. He might be the only poor fool in all of this who is loyal. You know what Minor Nine was doing?
I feel like I've heard the name, but I'm fairly new to town, so I don't know all the ins and outs of the local political scene.
Okay. Go ahead and make a, this will be a contest.
I knew I could only run my mouth for so long.
Okay. Minor Nine was a decker who I heard was doing a deep run against the Seattle government. I tried to find out what he had gained from it, but alas, the people I sent were too heavy-handed. They were thugs, unfortunately. I had too much faith in them. So I think if you could recover what Minor Nine did, and that might require some research, that might go a long way toward putting me at ease. And then, of course, you just have the other two factions involved.
What? I'm only familiar with two factions. What's the third one? Or are you saying that Lone Star is a faction in this?
Well, it's certainly possible that Lone Star is a third faction in this. How much do we really know about Luca Giordano?
Honestly, we knew we had a meeting with you, which is why we came to speak to you, to see if you could help us with that information.
Well, that's news to me. He did not have an appointment.
Well, he sure thought he did. He had him a little note and everything.
And with your earlier Judge Intentions role, this is definitely one thing that she's being upfront about.
Ma'am, I do appreciate your time. I am going to give you my contact information. And just in case you want to reach out, I do like making new friends. I do like staying connected.
Of course. And she motions, And the guy on her right reaches forward to take it and trades you with a comm code.
Well, I thank you kindly for that.
I do look forward to hearing of the results of your efforts.
We will certainly see what we can do for you, and we'll let you know.
Have a pleasant day.
Well, thank you, ma'am. You too. And Violet will slowly get up from the table, not making any sudden moves.
She sort of leans back again, to sort of sit normally.
And then goes
and that
back to
motion the rest of you do see. And so we zoom out to the rest of our runners at their table.
As Violet approaches us, I don't break eye contact with that table or the bodyguard or Needy Shalu until Violet joins our table. Then I pivot on my feet and go take my chair.
So, friends, I recommend we finish whatever delicious treats we're enjoying here, and then we leave. We're not in immediate danger right now, but I certainly don't want to overstay our welcome while we're still in good graces.
I drink my tea and I leave. Just walk straight out.
So like you're doing a shot, you drink your tea.
It's definitely cooled down by now.
Yep. So you walk out, and as you do, let's have each of you make a perception test. So Nova, you're the first one out, and it's like as soon as you walk out, you see a car quickly pull out of its parallel parking spot and drive off.
Oh, I call it out. Can I see the tag? Can I call out the tag?
You catch a tag.
Okay.
And you recognize the driver. The driver is Detective Watkins.
Detective Watkins, you guys. They're in on it. Fisher, start the car.
What?
Wake up! Start the car! Let's go!
Where are we going? Which, that's about all you've ever seen him do with driving. Actually, no, there's been one occasion when he's driven manually.
Mm-hmm.
But usually he just pushes the button and lets the vehicle drive.
After the car that just left the parking lot.
I'll go full Astro. I'm in the vein, and Chase as well.
Okay. So he pushes the button and says, follow that car, and puts in the license plate, and the vehicle says, unable to comply.
Oh.
So he has to go manual, and he's going to drive manually.
This is the worst day for this.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I'm not driving.
Oh, that's
can't
right.
You can't trick me, Bob.
So we're doing reaction, unskilled skill use. Oh no! And he smacks the van into the car in front of him as he's trying to turn around. And you see steam rising out of the front.
Well, at least I won't lose the van while I'm in Astral.
So go ahead and make it a sensing test.
Okay. With signatures or regular?
Regular.
Or hits.
Okay. So I think you've sensed her before.
I have. I know she's a mage.
Yep.
I'm more interested in any circumstantial information I can find. If there is a spirit that she has, because I know she can't be perceiving an astral while she's driving unless she's using Grid Guide. And see if there's anyone else in the car, things like that. Emotional state.
So the most you can see, so you do get past a masking.
Good.
And you sense, let's see, so she's got magic 7. Because you rolled 4 hits, right? Yeah.
She's a stronger mage than I am.
And she does have a spirit with her.
Ugh.
It is a force 4 air spirit.
I still have my force for water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you said you just missed it, but
I can't remember why.
because you went to the tea shop and you thought it was warded. Well, it was warded.
Oh, last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
That's fine.
this
morning at 6 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
But you don't have to dismiss your spirit before you go through a ward. You just can't have it with you. So you can have it on call.
But no, I dismissed. It's fine. It's just me right now.
Let's see what else. And her emotional state is she is happy, satisfied.
I don't like that. Cool. And Fisher was sleeping when we got to the car?
He was not.
Oh, I thought you had woken him up. All right. And no one else was in the car with her?
I don't share that I woke him up.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't need more drama.
So those of you in the van, you do hear sirens in the distance.
Ooh. And no one else was in the car, Bob?
No one else is in the car.
And did the spirit see me? Not that it matters, but.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think someone should warn Nini about these sirens coming, and I'm gonna run away.
So Nova gets out of the car and runs.
Follow
As you're saying that the van door slides open, and I'm vanished.
Follow me if you want to share a ride on Grid Ride, I guess.
Hey, so are we in Chinatown right now? Is that where we're at?
Tacoma, yeah.
Is it kind of like tight blocks? You know how you always see on the
kind of like tight blocks. Cars are mostly parallel parked.
What are the chances that with my free running, that I'd be able to maybe maneuver through buildings and around and catch up with this car? What type of roles do I need to do all three?
Oh my gosh.
to make.
Okay, yeah. So since you're in sort of a Chinatown sort of environment, we'll go with a running test, which should be athletics. And
just straight athletics, right?
Yeah, and you'll get an edge for the wall running,
right,
or free running.
And then I now have a Warrior's Way. So while free running would normally cost 2 edge, because I have Warrior's Way, it only costs 1.
Okay. It costs to trigger that ability?
Yeah, it's actually an edge action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What does it say here?
Very good then.
Through a series of gymnastic maneuvers, the character can move quickly through and up around terrain and obstacles. Yeah, it basically makes my movement unbroken by going up and down surfaces. So anyways, athletics. Man, can we just do like real dice? I only have 1 edge left. I'll re-roll 1, I guess.
Oh, so I should mention, I had meant to mention before we started, all of your edge pools will refresh at the start of this session.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Since we're on part 3 of this mission.
Let me re-roll all my misses, then I'll pay 4.
Okay.
That's all of my edge. Oh, but I gained 1, right? So I got 1. Sorry, chat. So I re-roll. Oh, re-roll 8, right?
Re-roll 8 dice, yes. Or you can just hit the button again, and I'll take off the last die.
Oh, okay. Here comes another 1.
Okay.
Okay.
So 4 hits total. Yeah. So I'll ask first what Violet is doing and what we think. Chat, what do you think Fisher would do?
Ooh, chat-powered player character.
Violet's gonna send a quick text to the comm code she just got that says "star incoming," and then she is going to grab Curie's body and try and, I don't know, like shake her or something. Be like, "Hey, I'm moving you," and take her out of the car.
Well, it doesn't count when the other players roll up in chat and say.
Like, Violet is an adept. She does not know how like actual projection works, so she's like, "Hey, I'm moving you. Come on."
The thought is sweet.
Violet is not strong, so it looks real silly.
I like that they think that Fisher's drawing pictures on Curie's face. I think that should be canon.
Look, I'm in the astral for literal seconds, guys. I move at the speed of like thought. So
Okay. So we've decided that. So we've decided that Fisher will attempt to hack a car, And Violet, you are dragging Curie's body out. Is that right?
Yeah, with my strength of 2.
Oh boy. All right. So, in fact, the sirens turn off, and Fisher says, "Okay, that'll buy us a few minutes." And he will get out and start looking at his car. Mike, my van! After all this effort trying to keep food out of it, so we'll do a unskilled logic test. But he gets an edge from that because it's logic. So we'll see what happens here. That's good enough. Okay. So he gets out and starts messing with messing around under the hood. And meanwhile, at the detective's car, Curie, you're sort of following along. You see, because you're in the astral, you see Mr. Bell running along the walls invisibly.
Huh.
And because of the jam-packed nature of the area, he's managing to keep up with the car.
Didn't know he could do that.
So he's basically he's jumping from building to building, but it's along the walls instead of rooftop to rooftop.
Parkour.
I'm yelling that, no.
I believe it's required that you must yell that.
Yeah. Disembodied voice is like parkour.
Parkour.
So as I'm chasing the car, did the spirit notice me?
Yes.
Oh,
So it does turn to you, and it will engage you in astral combat.
Yeah, I'm gonna zip on back to the car.
Okay,
run.
Fair enough. So it does not pursue you as you run away.
Cool.
Mr. Bell, you do see that the car is going to outpace you before too long, unless you're looking to jump into it.
When I come to like a point where the car is kind of in a clear space, I want to get on a roof and quick draw my rifle and try to take out a tire if I could.
Do you have a quick draw depth power?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And you know what? Now that I think about it, I bought a quick draw holster for everything but my rifle. So I want to slow draw my rifle.
Very dramatic.
Because there's no such thing as quick drawing a rifle unless it's like maybe on a sling or something.
Yeah, I think there's a holster for it, but I don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a Rax holster for my rifle actually, so it matches the rest of my body.
Yeah. So you can take a shot if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to try to snipe a tire if I could.
Okay. So go ahead and roll the gun.
Here.
So as you go under arms, you should see just push the button for the gun.
Yeah. Oh, hey. 5 hits.
We'll pre-add. So but now we're going to pre-edge with modifier. So she's going to take a -2 to this because she is by now perceiving astrally. Okay. So you do hit the tire, and it blows out. And so she sort of rolls it over to the side of the road.
You guys hear in the comms? I'm humming. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for me. And you hear the, and when it hits the tire, I go.
That's what I. That's what I'm wondering. It does not have a silencer on it, right?
No, you hear it, yeah. For
so
sure.
you definitely hear the crack. And Mr. Bell, you definitely hear over her comms, shots fired. And now we're going to go to initiative.
Oh boy.
So let me grab a token for her.
Am I back to my body yet, or am I in astral initiative?
You are back to your body.
Cool.
How far away did I get?
Enough time has passed. You've basically fled the scene by now.
Great.
Oh, I didn't click my token.
I didn't either.
I didn't put it the initiative tracker yet. Anyway, I forgot to. I didn't do that yet. Okay, so now we can. Let's see, remove all turns. Okay.
Roll worse. I'm gonna complain about it.
But can I keep my original roll though?
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep the rolls you've already made. Whatever you roll now, just roll it to populate the turn order chart.
The exact same.
Really impressive.
Can I have the second one?
Well, you still have to click your token.
I thought I did. Oh my gosh.
Let me see here. Yeah, you should be able to control them.
I got it. I thought I already did.
My plan is to return. Do you want me to roll initiative with them?
Sure.
Okay.
You'll be gone for definitely a couple of turns though.
Absolutely.
And frankly, everybody will be out of this combat for a couple of turns.
Oh, by the time they get there?
Yeah. Right now, it's just going to be the detective and Mr. Bell fighting.
You just tell me when I show back up. My plan is to come around to the other side.
I don't know why that one said hits, but that's okay. All right. We'll go ahead and roll for Fisher, just because. Oh, I need a spirit too. Mr. Bell. Is your turn. Is your turn.
Over the comms, I go, I disabled our Lone Star's car. Now I'm going to disable our Lone Star. And I'll take a shot at her leg. I guess I can't call a shot unless I use edge, huh?
You have to use an edge action to call a shot.
I don't have enough edge. Just going to have to shoot at her. So I take another shot.
You definitely gain an edge from attack rating.
Oh, these are good rolls, finally.
Okay.
If I can try to not kill them, though. I know I can't call the shot, but I'm not trying to kill. I'm trying to disable.
All right, so damage then 8p. What a lovely roll. Blood goes everywhere as this pierces center mass.
Oh, shit.
And she spins around. She does not fall. She sort of sinks to one knee. It is then that the air spirit materializes right on top of you. But that is, I believe that is its turn.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
around to manifest.
Although, well, it takes a major action to materialize.
Right.
You're very fortunate. It does not have. It has 3 minor actions, not 4. So it does not get a second major action. Let's see. So that'll be Fisher's still working on the van. Violet.
So since Curie has come back to her body and is probably not happy about being basically unceremoniously dragged through the streets of Seattle, or Tacoma, to be more precise, I'm gonna. Okay, I didn't want to leave you in the van, especially with.
I got it. Thanks. You did good. I'm here.
Well, okay. And she's gonna look for some cover since there were shots fired.
Okay.
Also, if it helps, Violet, I literally have a drag handle on the back of my lab coat.
That seemed mean.
It's what it's there for.
I'll have to study on that.
So yeah, because you've now heard a second shot ring out. Let's see. So what does she have? I go with no. Let's do just do basic combat. What is your defense rating?
I assume you're talking to me.
Oh yes.
8.
8. Okay, so you yield an yes, you yield an edge on this one. And she's pretty desperate right now, so she will amp up.
Oop.
Yeah, she can get away with that. Possibly. So modifiers on. She's at -2. Wow, that's terrible. Wait a minute. What the? Did I? Oh.
The dice has spoken.
Well, I didn't even put a dice pool in there.
Oh,
darn.
That's not fair.
Then Bob, you've spoken, and there's no dice there.
There we go. Okay, so I need a defense roll from you. And if it matters, this is there should be an indirect magic defense button.
Oh, magic defense.
Yeah, so it should be
Indirect magic defense.
It's indirect.
Okay. I don't know what, like how good I am at that, or bad. Oh, I'm better than I thought, but didn't roll great. Damn it! I need to use my edge for something else. How bad could this get if I don't spend some edge?
If you have to ask.
If you have to ask, you want to spend it. Because right now you are getting hit right now.
I need that 2 edge. Yeah, I'll re-roll 2. Damn it!
And I'm gonna.
Well, you don't need to do anything else, Bob.
I'll do the same.
I think it's good. I think it's good.
Oh, good. I got one of them. So I have five hits on you. Oh, that's true. Yeah,
Can I
probably
make
true.
Watkins re-roll 2 instead?
You can, yeah. That is probably more efficient because it's more likely you're going to get failures than successes.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll do that then.
you can spend your 2 edge.
I did.
And I'll roll 2 of her 5 hits again. Okay, so 3 hits. You are still hit with a net 1. So the damage is 5, 6. So you'll need to soak 6 physical.
No damage.
As you're hit in the face with a blast of air or telekinetic energy or something. Oh,
Yes.
ouch. Okay.
Take all
So
6.
you take all 6 boxes of physical damage. And now it's her turn. Curie.
Well,
Standing up.
yeah, I just came to. I'm gonna stand up and start buffing myself.
Okay.
First thing I am gonna do though is cast is summon a spirit. Because then they can help conceal us as well. So I'm gonna do Spirit of Air, Force 4. Oof. Why do you do this? You know what? No, I'm gonna post edge. I have 13 dice. Rolling a 1 is unacceptable. I'm gonna post.
That's absolutely fair.
All right, so let's see here.
I should have made you run on the fumes I left you on for edge.
I took it as a sign that bad stuff was going to happen if you allowed us to refresh our edge anyway. So there we go. 6 hits.
Okay. So you do get 3 services.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead and soak drain.
And immediately I'm going to say, conceal us. So that way, us in the van. That way, that'll buy Fisher a little time too.
So the van is going to be a big ask.
Do your very best. And then drain. That's what I was doing.
And yes, you're just drain. Let me take a look at how the concealment power works again in this edition.
Rolled 5 for my drain, by the way.
Okay, good. So I don't think you can actually conceal a vehicle.
Maybe I'm thinking fifth. Cool.
Um,
Then I'll just stick to concealas.
yeah, because it only talks about metahuman targets or smaller critters. Oh, it does say in the beginning, though, things that someone else is seeking. I will give you a choice. And it will be the only thing that spirit can do. You can conceal, if you want to conceal the vehicle.
So it can either conceal us or the vehicle.
Right.
Okay.
And if it conceals the vehicle, that's all it can do.
I'm going to go with the vehicle because we're mobile right now and the vehicle isn't. And if sirens are coming, I really don't want Fisher's van to get impounded.
Okay.
And then us to be non-mobile at all.
You do notice that there are no sirens anymore.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means.
That's fair.
So.
Okay. Mr. Bell.
I still just got what was it in my what did it just hit me with? It was like electrical?
A telekinetic blast.
Oh, so there's no
So you got like invisibly punched in the face.
I'm gonna split. So I will sprint. Wish I had some inch. Sprint out of there. Towards the officer though. Kind of wall running to the ground if I could.
So you're headed toward the detective though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there anything I need to roll just to get out of there?
Go ahead and make another athletics test.
Sure.
I think normally, if because you have the wall running power, normally you can just use it as part of your movement.
Oh, right. Okay. So I don't really need to roll anything then, huh?
No, not really.
Oh.
But you are far enough away when you took that rifle shot that you're not going to get to her this turn.
That's fine. I just want to get away from that thing and then try to apprehend her. That's just a minor action, right? Running.
Minor action is running. You can take a major action to sprint.
Do I need an action to go invisible? I know it can still see me, but I still want to go invisible. Does that cost an action?
So I think you're already invisible.
Oh.
Because you did that when you got out of the van.
Yeah.
All right. I guess it didn't reappear. All right. That's all I got.
For better or for worse, invisibility doesn't dispel when you attack somebody.
Well, that's fair.
This isn't D&D.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately.
I was trying not to say that.
Yeah, I'll just take off. I guess I'll use however many actions it takes to get as far as I can.
Okay. So you can spend a minor and a major action.
Yeah.
But that's all the movement you can get this turn.
Sure.
All right, and so the spirit goes, since it is already materialized, it will not. It will chase you enough to keep line of sight on you. And then it will, now you see lightning as it throws a lightning bolt at you. So I need a defense roll from you.
This magic, indirect magic again?
No, this is your basic defense.
Oh, okay. Out of 11.
Okay, tie goes to the attacker in this edition. So you get to soak 4p. Do you have any edge left to spend?
No, otherwise I would be taking cover right now on the move. Well, say goodnight.
So you take 3 of that.
I'm hurting.
So you're down at this point, or are you still
Nope.
conscious?
I've got one more box
Okay.
of physical damage.
Yeah, because I think you only took 6 before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is 9.
Said anything since you were tauntingly singing and shooting this chick?
For me to ask for help is a pretty unrealistic
Do you shout out?
expectation.
Do you shout out in pain?
No, probably not.
Actually, do you have any sort of high pain threshold or pain resistance?
I have a thing that makes my overflow 6. I think.
So you do, because you don't scream, but those of you over comms do hear a bit of a shudder. And Curie, you recognize it. It sounds like someone being hit by a lightning bolt, because you've thrown lightning bolts before.
Oh, that's
You've heard
a thing.
people do that.
Son of a slitch. And I'll just say, oh, it's not my turn. Sorry.
But you can spend like minor actions to talk. I mean, you can talk at a turn.
Then I'll say, Violet, and I'll gesture to my handle again.
Fisher's still working. Violet.
So, how far away is Mr. Bell from us right now?
Oh, let's see. Probably a good 100 meters.
Okay. How far away is the Lone Star who was headed our direction?
Well, you heard it in the distance. You hadn't seen it yet.
Okay. I would like to set Kiri somewhere inconspicuous, like sit her next to a building or something. And I would like to spend 2 of my edge to bring the drama.
Okay.
And basically run out into traffic and create a big scene. I'm trying to cause a traffic jam, prevent the Lone Star from getting to back up to her as long as possible.
Sure.
And just wailing and gnashing of teeth about this terrible car accident that's happened. And we can't believe that Grid Guide didn't come through for us. They're supposed to keep us safe. Think of the children.
Oh.
Nice.
Go and make a contest for that. Very nice.
I do have a specialty in performance, but it's usually focused for singing.
In this case, since you're bringing the drama, as it were, I will allow you to use performance.
Okay.
Fisher, I really hope Fisher has mechanical skills and is fixing the dang car.
No. Oh, so it's just informed that for all of you future faces out there in 6th edition, if you are using the edge action of Bring the Drama, you spend your 2 edge and basically do a teamwork test with yourself and your con roll. So I spent my 2 edge, so I'm going to make another performance roll and add my 5 successes.
Ooh.
Yep, as long as you have a 5 skill.
Yes, I have a rating 6.
Okay, very good. Okay, so 8 hits. So traffic doesn't need stop. At this point, we will, as we go to the detective, I've been reminded that we're a little bit over time for our first break. So we'll pause combat here. We'll come back in 5 and let the detective bring the pain.
While we're taking a 5-minute break, you can type really slowly #RemPC in the chat, and that will get you a free entry to win either a Shadowrun 6th World PDF or a badge to Gen Con in 2 weeks. So really super cool. Type NPC, RemPC, #RemPC, and then you can also, if you want bonus entries, go to remalternis.com/Nguyen and get bonus entries to win as well. So check it out, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
And welcome back. We're right in it. And now Mr. Bell is going to get maybe shot with a spell again. We'll see how that goes.
And fun, guys.
So it is Detective Watkins' turn. Let's see.
You might be out of sight or range from her too, because you started running, right?
Yeah.
She took a gut punch, so.
That's a good point.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Let's do this. That's awesome.
What does that mean?
Huh, all right.
Oh, sweet.
Fury.
Yeah.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
it's my turn?
Yep.
After notifying Violet, I'm going to just do my fall over thing and zoom within a second to Mr. Bell.
Okay. So you see Mr. Bell is gone, but you do definitely see like where the detective's air spirit has been shooting at him. So then you have no problem sort of getting into view that you can see him. Make a perception test.
Okay. Environment urban.
Yeah.
It's astral, so it doesn't matter really. What?
That's awesome. Okay.
The dice tell the story.
The dice tell the story.
Yeah,
And the story is you do not see Detective Watkins.
Okay. That's fine. But I see where the spirit was cast in that spell, you said?
Well, you don't see it actually casting right now, but you do see where it is, and
Right.
where it's looking is where Mr. Bell is.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna attack the spirit.
Okay. With
Let's do. Let's ice spear.
so keep in mind you are astral.
And it's physical. Oh, you know what's
So you
fun?
may not use physical spells.
I don't have any mana spells except Mind Link. So I'm just gonna flit around this thing and distract it and try to get it to chase me, to get it away from Mr. Bell and get back to my body so I can.
Okay.
That's my goal. I'm gonna taunt it.
Go ahead and make either. We'll call it an influence test. Actually, this would be a contest.
You guys are aware of my social skills. So.
Why do you think I asked for a contest?
Yes. Yeah. I'm just gonna roll
That's true. As Buggy Bob points out in chat, you can always try to banish the spirit.
I don't have banishing as a skill.
It's part of the conjuration pool.
Oh, is it?
It's part of the conjuration group. Or
She has
skill.
higher magic than me. That scares me. That would hurt. I mean, I could. We'll see if this doesn't work and I feel pressured. Then I would be more likely to do it.
So for future reference, banishing is a major action. You roll conjuring plus magic, and it rolls twice its force. Any net hits reduce the services the spirit has left to fulfill by 1 per net hit. If you reduce it to 0, it goes back. It goes home.
What's the drain on that?
You then so this is the painful part.
Yeah.
Banishing brings drain equal to twice the number of hits that the spirit rolled.
Gross. Let's do it. Just because if I can't attack it, the astral, and I don't want it to lightning bolt me, I dislike that. I'd rather have a killer headache. So,
so this is a conjuring test.
Conjuring. not summoning, plus magic.
Yep.
I'm really scared to push this button, guys. I don't wanna. Do I get any edge for defense ratings or anything?
No.
Here we go. All right, I got a 5.
It's a good roll.
Not bad.
Okay.
I'm fighting 8 drain.
You're fighting 8 drain.
I hate my life.
Oh. And this is physical.
Cool.
Because the drain is higher than your magic.
So Violet, you're gonna see as you like go to grab my handle, like I just start like and spit like all this blood out. It'll be great. It'll be fun. That's not horrific.
It just adds to my drama being covered in blood as I run out into traffic.
And you know what, Bob, I am gonna change one of those 4s to a 5. So I
Sure.
take 3.
3 boxes of physical. All right.
Yeah. So what happens? Is it gone? Did it poof? Can
It does go away.
Because I didn't want to do that again.
Because I'm not counting the service it was currently executing. It had one left after that. So it does get banished. So I will remove it from the turn track. Mr. Bell, so you see the spirit just all of a sudden sort of vibrates and goes poof.
Cool. All right. So I'm running. Can I see the detective?
So as you run out, go ahead and make a perception test.
Okay.
I love the story these dice are telling.
It's on the story.
The story is that you do not see the detective.
All right. In the comms, kind of strained. Well, she's wounded, but so am I. See you later. And I dash off into the distance, weaving through alleyways and stuff, just trying to get far, far away, as far as I can from the area. We're still in combat, right?
We could drop out of rounds.
Am I able to hear that? From Astral? Him say that?
Yeah.
Not in the comms, but him in person.
Yeah, you're close enough that you can hear him say that in person.
Okay, then I'm looking for her.
Oh, I haven't ran away far enough. That's scary.
So I would look for her. So I don't know if you want to stay in initiative for that, but
okay, we'll stay in initiative. So Fisher's doing stuff. Violet.
So Mr. Bell, you said bye or see ya? Okay.
Yep.
I was going to send some edge your way. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and spend 2 edge to give Mr. Bell an edge.
Okay.
So just in case he trips over a rock, that it doesn't kill him.
Yeah. With my 1 success roll to avoid it.
Right.
Or 0 for that matter.
Trying to help you out, friend.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Continuing my performance since Kiryu still slumped over on the sidewalk.
All right. Oh, I forgot to turn off the to the GM. That's okay. Okay. So you do see. You do see above the car, Curie, another spirit appears in the astral. And it is your turn.
Well, I'm going to take another look for the detective since I heard that from Mr. Bell.
Okay.
And I know that another way to get rid of a spirit is to knock out the person who cast it. Now, is it still
Kill.
Oh, to kill?
Yes.
Hmm.
If the drain knocks you out, then the spirit goes away. Otherwise, I think you still have to kill the conjurer.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can get a glimpse of her.
You do. She's by now maybe 30 meters up the street, trying to dodge through people. Not very well. But both of you guys rolled 0 on your last perception test.
Yeah. Yeah. So she's taken a lot of physical damage, but probably not much. Well, she could have taken stun from. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Blast and try to knock her out.
Okay.
I know it's area, but who cares?
Ooh. Who cares? She says. All right.
Yes, 6 hits.
And that is damage stun. Okay. Indirect combat. So you take a drain off of that, it looks like.
Fine.
So you net 4. Plus the base damage is half your magic rating. Your magic is still 6, right?
Yeah.
So 7 damage. And this is stun.
Fall down. Fall down, girl. Fall down.
She does not. She does not fall.
What?
This is the first stun she's taken.
She got shot and her frickin' drain she made against her force 4.
Yeah.
Bitch. I mean.
Oh, to be fair, hang on a second. I do have to roll her drain.
You didn't roll her drain? Bob. Mr. reminds me.
I'm just evil like that. So she now has, let's see, it's 5 boxes. No, hang on a second. 6, 7. She took 6 from the spell. She took 1 more from drain, so 7 boxes of stun. And there are some people around her who also go flying from this blast spell.
I don't care about them.
That probably makes a pretty decent amount of noise.
Hang on a second. Blast is physical.
No! I'm astral! all of this is wasted.
All of
And
this is
I
wasted.
imagine my ability to cast blast, and it is so successful. All right. Frick. All right, nothing I can do then here.
There is a spirit in front of you in the astral
Yeah, that just was
that was just summoned.
So while it's appearing, I'm just going to go split back to my body. Then there's nothing I can do here.
Okay.
Next, downtime. I'm getting some
A mana spell.
mana spells. Ah,
All right.
cranky.
So all that didn't happen.
Didn't happen. So
Yep,
basically,
so that
you
didn't
peeked
happen.
out, and I saw that happen. Was like, would be nice if I could blow her up. Too bad. And then
That's basically what happened.
zipped back to my car or to my body.
So we'll drop out of rounds at this point as Nova arrives a turn or two later and sees the aftermath of this, whatever this was. You see people scattered. There were people sort of like against the wall, trying to get some sort of cover, trying to get into buildings. You see the car is sitting there with a flat tire. There is some blood there's quite a bit of blood on the ground next to the driver's side door.
Okay.
And that's all you find. And now you do hear sirens in the distance. You hear a lot of sirens in the distance at this point.
I say, where's the cop? Anyone respond?
Oh, is this in comms?
Yeah. Where's the cop?
Injured somewhere, I'm sure.
Am I
Standing there holding a grenade in my hand, ready to throw it. He didn't know where to throw it. Thanks,
was I
guys. I leave again. I'm out of breath.
Was I able to zip back to my body? Am I awake or am I still inactive?
You're awake by now.
Okay, then I can answer her because I had spotted her.
Yeah.
So I'll say she's heading north on blah 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 whatever.
On foot?
On foot. Follow the blood drops. There's a spirit, be careful.
I'm over it. No, I'm leaving again.
Yep.
We need to regroup.
I agree.
And it's like when you run into a store, then you realize you forget your wallet, so you run back to the car really quick. Yeah, you should have just stayed gone.
So how is our van looking?
Oh my gosh. So your van is repaired enough that it will run. And if you're given some guidance on where the van is at any given time, you're able to sort of coax people out of the way with your 8 hits on con. Enough that the van can sort of slowly gets out. It's a little slower than you'd like because of the jam. But that works to your benefit as well because the cops take forever to get there too. So you guys, at some point you'll regroup. The van limps to someplace. Where do you guys want to go?
We probably need to go somewhere where we can chat without being overheard.
Mm-hmm. Fisher pipes in, and maybe someplace where I can get this repaired. This isn't going to last long.
I'm in an abandoned building. You can come here.
Don't you know a mechanic or something, Fisher?
Let me check Fisher's contacts. Who does he know?
Man, for a guy with a car, I hope you know who to go to.
Fixer, Deckmeister.
Does anyone need healing or just me?
Yes,
Just
but
me.
I'm not with you.
Yeah. Oh, what, the detective?
Yeah.
Nice.
So Fisher says, I don't really know any mechanics. I mean, I bought this thing. It drives
A warranty.
Well, normally, yeah, it's got a warranty.
Do you not get oil changes or anything? Like a regular service?
What?
Sorry, Randy.
Fisher, you have to get your car regularly serviced or the warranty doesn't mean anything.
Can I call Toil and ask if he's got a safe house that we can hang low in for?
Okay.
And a mechanic, please.
Yeah. So you call Toil. You need a mechanic, you say. You didn't let Fisher drive, did you?
Kind of had to, and now we're real sorry about it.
Yeah, I know a guy. He's done some work for me in the past. And he gives you directions. It's a garage. Guy's name is Miles.
Nice.
Tell him I sent you.
I will do. Thank you so much. And I will send him 200 needed.
Okay.
And give Fisher the address.
Okay. So you or he sort of wires it up and punches the button, and the car drives itself to this guy to this garage. And so you drive up. It's sort of out in it's sort of residential area. One of those sort of cookie cutter housing developments, kind of like the place that you kidnapped Luigi from. It's one of those developments. And it's sort of the end of that. There's a it looks to be a gas station that's been closed for quite a while. The garage is there, and the door is up, and you see a car inside, and somebody sort of leaning over into the engine compartment working on it. And so you sort of putter into the driveway. And this guy sort of pulls himself out of the engine compartment. Human guy wearing sort of black overalls. It's either black overalls or it's covered in oil. It's hard to tell from a distance, but as you get closer, it's actually black. Can I help you?
We're looking for Mr. Miles. Mr. Toil sent us, said you might be able to assist us with our vehicular issues.
So formal. It's just Miles.
I will do my best,
And
sir.
that is the thing that needs fixing.
Yes.
He sort of goes over and punches a button, and there's a second garage door that opens up. Go ahead and pull it in there, and we'll take a look.
I'll let Fisher know to move it in there if he can.
And so Fisher pulls it in, and he starts looking at it. How hot is this crash? Never mind. I don't need to know.
It is a vehicle that belongs to us.
That's good to know. So just don't have to worry about the crash, and that's a far lesser issue.
I thought it might be.
Give me about 4 hours on this, and it'll be 300 new yen.
I believe that's something we can manage.
All right.
Do you have somewhere we can wait? Maybe with a white noise machine?
I do, actually. You're bringing back old memories. I haven't used my white noise generator in quite a while. So he sort of says, follow me inside. And so he leads you in, and it's what must be an old waiting room. It's got basically the lawn. It's sort of a double-length kitchen table and some chairs around it, and a couple of like a small couch on one end. And he goes over and pulls open a drawer from a little cabinet on the side and pulls out a white noise generator. And you hear the static that pops up from the white noise generator.
Does it seem like it's working correctly?
Do you have any technical skill you want to bring to bear on that?
I have electronics.
Yeah, you can go and make an electronics test.
This is gonna be bad. Yeah, 1 hit on 3 die.
Seems legit.
Oh, Fisher, can you check this is right?
Yeah. It's working fine, he says.
Okay. Squints eyes at the GM.
I mean, if you feel better, I'll go ahead and make him roll an electronics test.
Do it, Bob. Do it. Do it. I don't trust you. What? Dice pull at 9, 2 hits.
Do you want him to spend edge on that to re-roll?
Yes.
It's a 7d6. So he's got 3 total.
This session is criminal?
Why, yes, it is. It seems fine.
Can I spend 2 edge to make one of those 4s a 5?
Sure.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll let you throw edge at this all day. What you find is it's functional.
Okay. Don't be shady when you're telling me the truth. Great.
More fun that way.
I want to give the guy Miles 100 new yen, and then I want to tell him, please keep all this as a forgotten memory.
What? And he walks away.
Okay, guys.
He closes the door, so you guys are alone in this room.
Well, what have we learned?
Is there a window?
There's a window with the shade drawn.
You guys hear a rapping at the window. I assume you gave me the address to the place.
So you walked there? That's right.
Yeah, I didn't meet up with you guys. You hear rapping at the window. Is it like a slide open window, or is it like a solid window?
I mean, it looks to be. I mean, the place has seen better days. You can probably sort of jimmy the lock. It's not terribly It's not terribly well secured. If you want to make an engineering test,
Sure.
Do we hear the rapping on the window?
yes.
I just message him, Mr. Bell, if you are out there, you just walk in.
I'll pick the lock.
I say,
So you hear a
again, we can hear you.
you hear a click, and then the window slides open,
And then,
and then you see the blind sort of deforms as he
and I fall
jumps through
in
the window.
I
Like a-
fall into the window like a
cat in the window blinds.
I fall in onto the floor, just beat to shit. I've used one of my. Remember, we went to that lab. I collected an improvised med kit. Can I roll to get some healing off that?
Sure.
Was it magic first and then medkit?
Medkit first, then magic.
Okay.
I can help with that too because I'm good at the healing.
Where's my?
Well, this would have been before I even met you guys.
Okay.
What do I roll?
That's what I'm looking for. Where's my medkit stuff? Ah, here we go. Medkit. Either biotech plus logic or the medkit's rating plus logic.
So that's an improvised one. I'll roll biotech.
We'll call it 3, unless you have biotech of higher than that.
I have biotech 1.
So make it 3 plus your logic.
Okay.
So just roll that many dice.
Logic and then a 3 mod.
Yeah. And no other attribute. Okay.
2.
So because you have an essence of 6, the threshold is actually -1, so you get a free hit on top of that. So you heal 3 boxes.
Sweet.
And that improvised medkit is now expended.
Cool. And then I kind of stand up real like wearily like a zombie and like rubber band back and then stand there smiling, bloody and beat up, a little singed.
Yikes.
Well, but would you like to take a seat, Mr. Bell? You look like you might be tuckered out.
That would probably be a good idea. And I do.
All right.
So, Fisher, have you been able to find anything on where she might be hiding or her partner?
I have not yet. Mostly because I was hoping our player would be here, but that's okay. But I've got something else I'm looking at first. Well, we'll deal with this now. Okay. So let me make a. Okay. So he comes back a couple minutes later, and this will be sort of what he's found out along the way as well, because the van's doing the driving. So he found that Detective Watkins checked into a hospital. Hospital in Tacoma, and it's actually the closest hospital to the incident. With reported gunshot wound. Having reported being attacked by an unknown shooter.
My smile is genuine at this point.
That's one good thing. That's one good thing about the invisibility, is that it's harder to give a physical description. And there is a he is able to catch a police report from one of the vehicles, or one of the Lone Star cars, that talks about sort of the general height and build of Mr. Bell, but can't give a description. Warning, armed with some kind of rifle, ballistics to be determined, and reports him as being an adept. He says,
how do they know that?
You were probably sensed at some point.
All right. Okay.
There is record of Detective Boone checking in as a visitor. And there's an APB out for Fisher's van.
That's a problem. You're muted.
Oh, Fisher, do you have the plates that can change? You can change the plates.
So he has, let's see here. I believe he has.
You can change the appearance for sure, right?
Yeah, so he's got the electrochromic paint, so at least he can change the paint job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a morphing license plate, but I do see a spoof kit. So let me take a quick look and see what a morphing license plate would cost.
They're not very expensive.
I don't think they are.
Buy the mighty one. No.
I went with you on that.
So actually, we'll all be happy to know that in 6th edition, they actually just went ahead and combined the morphing license plate into the spoof kit.
Okay.
In 5th edition, you had to buy them separately.
All right.
So he's ready for that.
Good.
Cool. Suck it, cops.
I think we got that content warning up. Okay. So you guys have the room now. I assume at this point somebody closes that window.
Somebody probably does.
I'll close it. I will just close it. Since
Okay.
Mr. Bell cannot think to be polite and close it after him.
I'm damaged.
But you're
just
still Mr. Bell.
I'm still like minding myself. Bleeding.
and so Fisher does go, let me change that. Beep, 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 and pushes a couple buttons on his deck, saying he's changing the license plate and the van paint. And yeah, so this is a good point for a break as you guys figure out what you want to do next. So we'll take our 10-minute break.
And you know what I love talking about before breaks? Giveaway.
PC.
free stuff. So if you type hashtag RemPC into the chat right now, you'll be entered for free to win your choice of either a Shadowrun PDF core rulebook or a Gen Con badge, which is really cool. So hashtag RemPC for bonus entries. You can go to remalternis.com/newyen. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Hey Rem PCs, it's me Rem, and I play Shayloon on Like Clockwork every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. If you are anything like me, I get very excited to know everything about my character's life and backstory. But have you ever thought about how they smell? I hadn't until I found Pure Alchemy soaps. And I have with me today my very own box of Shayloon. So let's check it out together. I've got my very own Shayloon Ayun little tag here in pretty handwriting. That's so nice. Now, Shayloon is a lawful good. Ooh, it's minty. Gnome. There it is. Ooh, like maybe a little floral, a little rosy. And the last is she's a wizard. Harry. Oh, that's nice. It's got like a more spicy, like a patchouli. So let's give a whiff all together of what makes up a Shayloon. So lawful good, gnome, wizard. Oh, that's really nice. These are handmade and custom to your favorite character. And when you become as obsessed as I am, you can also get liquid soap potions of haste, health, and mana, or potions of prevent disease, or what muggles call hand sanitizer. Seriously, go check them out at purealchemysoaps.etsy.com and start loading your coin pouch because they have a new gelatinous cube soap Kickstarter coming soon. Don't miss it.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
And welcome back. As Roland has asked for a second content warning, low dice rolls. So we have left our intrepid runners in the waiting room at Miles' garage as Miles fixes the van. And so now I think we're up to the runners to decide what they want to do next.
So,
Yeah.
Violet was going to share what she learned talking with Nini. And that apparently the meeting that was on Luca's calendar to meet with her was not a meeting that she set up. So I don't know if someone hacked his comm or if he put a fake meeting on there or what that might be. I'm not too clever with all that conspiracy such. And that there may be some Lone Star inner workings, which might be why the detectives are giving us trouble. And she wants us to find out for her what Minor 9 was up to. I told her I did not know who this person was. So we'll have to decide on that, what we want to do.
Minor 9, wasn't that one of the Deckers?
Yeah, Fisher says, yeah, that was the Decker who got the Emerald Sins that we sold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still
I was
haven't gotten payment
pretending.
for that.
Well, no, you got payment for the Emerald Sins.
The original mission.
Well, yeah, not the original mission, but you got payment from someone else for the Emerald Sins.
Our contract is still in violation.
So, I don't know about you, but I think that these Lone Star officers are more involved in this than they should be. So I think we should keep an eye on the hospital, and when she leaves, follow, or her partner, or both. Fisher, are you able to track down their DOSes or because if we don't have to follow them from the hospital, if we can find them some other way, that's less work for me.
It'll take some more work, but yeah.
Good for you addressing him by name.
I have been for days.
Good for you for getting along, you two.
I hate
Yeah,
you.
we're becoming fast friends. We're gonna have a video game sleepover. I'm just getting Fisher in trouble, aren't I?
So our assignment was to figure out who was stirring up this ruckus between these crime families. Now, I couldn't quite tell if she was fibbing or not, but it seems that at least if there are folks that she's with the Yakuza, right, Bob? Not the Triad?
She's with the Triad.
She's the Triad. Oh, okay.
Which is why she was trash talking the Yakuza.
Okay. So if it's not orders coming from her, then there's someone in her organization that's trying to stir things up. Now, she does not like this other family, and she made that very clear. But we still don't know who might be stirring this here pot.
Feels like to me that Lone Star's got an informant on both sides. Maybe?
She did float the idea that Mr. Luca might have been an informant for Lone Star and then also informant on Lone Star to the family.
Like a double crosser? Triple
Which seems like
crosser?
an awful lot of effort, but if you don't have any other hobbies, then maybe that's what you do. I don't know.
Well, that's one person down. So do we need to figure out who in her organization is involved?
Seems like it would be best to question Lone Star to see what their involvement is,
Agreed.
or their motivation to start some sort of mob war.
Well, hold on. Do we have to neutralize the trouble starter?
You need to apprehend and bring them into Green Mansion.
Ooh.
Capture and delivered alive and evidence of actions. Those are the assignments.
Hopefully it isn't the entire triad. That's going to get sticky.
Well, I wouldn't say triad, but I was thinking it was Lone Star. So you think the triad is like stirring up this whole thing?
I don't.
Okay.
I think our next step is honestly these two Lone Star officers.
Well,
They do always seem to be firing at places that we're at.
are they just like low rank detectives? They have a boss, right? Who gives them their assignments. So that boss is probably who we want.
Fisher.
So, let's see. So, Detective Watkins, first name Jane. She is on some sort of extended undercover assignment from DPI, Department of Paranormal Investigations. That's where that's where Lone Star shoves all their mages into. So they have like mage detectives and combat mages. They're all sort of under the umbrella of DPI. Fisher is able to find an address where her apartment is. That, he says, is what takes the most amount of time. By the time he finds that, the van is basically ready. And then there's Michael Boone, who's the other detective, who appears to be new to the force, a newly minted detective. So he's the junior cop in what would have been otherwise a buddy cop tread.
And he's mundane, right?
He is mundane.
I like the sound of going after Boone.
You're assuming he's going to know anything.
No, but I think he'll crack.
If they're partners, I mean, she trusted him to be lookout at the restaurant, and he'll at least know who their boss is. So it gets us something, and if he doesn't have enough, we go for her.
Okay.
Fisher, what's his address? Or we can wait for him to visit the hospital again.
So it's going to take him much longer.
I'm fine with waiting because I'm ouchy. So the longer that we wait, the more I feel.
So you were told 4 hours for the van. So that's long enough to heal up any.
Make a roll, right?
So that would be We'll say that's long enough that you heal any stun damage.
Oh, all of it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool. Long enough to
Because
get
you
our
can
edge back.
that's another entirely. See, I was kind and refreshed it all this session, and then you just blew through it.
Yeah. Yep. That happens.
So the question then becomes: do you want to spend any magic healing people?
I do not have that spell.
Oh, okay.
So I
Then
do
the
not.
answer is no. Yeah, the physical is another problem entirely.
Yeah. Especially because I took it magically. So
That's right. You took it through. You took it through. That wasn't drain though, was it? That wasn't. Oh yeah, it was drain
from banishing.
From banishing. That's right. Yeah, so that's got to rest normally.
So
Naturally.
But I only have that's the only damage I have now. So I'm okay. We can continue. So
all right. So the van is done.
To the hospital then, perhaps to watch for the partner. What's his face?
Okay. So you go to the hospital. Are you guys just going to sit in the van and wait to see him, or how's this going to go down?
Yeah.
Maybe while we wait, Fisher can see if he can track down a vehicle plate or something, so we can keep an eye out for that. But otherwise, we can kind of keep our distance because I can have. Although a hospital, they might have their own spirits watching and stuff too. So I don't want to be an astral if that's.
That there may be some increased security since it is a detective in hospital.
So yeah, we take up positions and keep watch.
You do notice when you pull up, there are several Lone Star cars parked outside. And there is definitely a presence of, it looks to be patrol officers.
Makes sense.
Mr. Bell, best for you to stay out of sight.
Okay. I disappear in the van.
Awesome. So Fisher is typing away for quite a while. And finally comes up with a plate. You can make a perception test if you'd like.
I'm going to do my environment urban since.
Sure.
Everybody?
Yeah. Morning. Load dice rolls.
Surprise, surprise.
Nova, save us.
With what?
Perception?
Perception test.
Oh. You're asking for too much?
Oh, look at that.
Yes!
Thanks, Nova.
So Nova says, Nova, you see this, you see the plate. It is attached to a car that's parked right next to a couple of the Lone Star Patrol cars.
That one.
Mr. Fisher, you have any more of those tags? We could put a bug on that car.
I mean, I've been using this one over and over again.
Is that wise?
It hasn't broken yet.
Is someone besides Mr. Bell particularly sneaky?
I am the opposite of sneaky.
I mean, I can try getting in and out of the car, and you tell me if it's stealthy or not.
May not be the best place to experiment with that.
I do it.
Oh my god.
5 hits, baby!
Well, right then. Go Nova.
Wait, what? Are you going to go? Are you
I'm
just
gone.
testing it by
I'm
going out of the van?
already
Oh.
Okay, so you're out of the van and you're headed toward Boone's car. And that's when you see Boone walking out of the hospital entrance.
Oh,
Toward the car.
Ooh, keep it casual. I just go inside the hospital.
Okay.
Don't even go near his car. Just go to the hospital. That's it.
So he goes to his car and gets in.
Cool.
Fisher says, are we following him now?
I'd reply back. Yeah, you need to because I didn't get
It's-
the tracker on him.
it seems like Amber is a.
Hello?
Oh, she's coming through on Twitch now. You weren't for a moment. Okay.
I
You're
don't
good.
know. My thing's been lighting up.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you're good.
So if you didn't hear me before, I just walked past his vehicle as he was coming out because I didn't want to get caught touching his car. And then I just responded back to Fisher and said, "You're gonna have to just follow him the old-fashioned way, but not the super old-fashioned way."
What does that
Maybe.
mean?
I don't know. You'll have to figure it out. I'm in the hospital now. I gotta get a Band-Aid or something, or they're gonna ask me why I'm here.
You could just leave, and if they ask you, tell them that you were lost.
I don't talk really well. And then I go to the front counter and ask for a Band-Aid.
Looks you up and down. Go home.
I don't think medical professionals are supposed to like refuse help, but okay. And I turn around and I leave. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The 4-hour triage would have been a nice alternative to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But you walk out, and we'll say, as you're sort of wandering around, you can just rejoin the group as they drive off.
Oh, wait. Is he still in the parking lot? Can I step out in front of his car and get hit?
Sure.
I do that.
Okay.
This is a traffic themed episode.
It's a very traffic themed episode. So go ahead and make a, we'll call it an athletics test.
Athletics. Yeah, baby.
Okay, so
Nice.
he's like just pulled out and he's like going down the row of parked cars, and you guys are just getting ready to pull out when Nova jumps right out in front of the car, and with 6 hits on athletics, you do the sort of the stereotypical, you like fly up over the hood and you land such that you don't take any damage from it.
Excellent. Can I land Can I roll all the way off the trunk and then onto the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, I stick my hand out. I slap that baby up underneath the bumper in a nice hidden spot.
Nice.
And I just lay there going,
He
ugh.
gets out. Are you all right?
Good thing I'm at a hospital.
And he waves. A couple more patrol officers come over.
Jesus. This is what I'm doing with my money, paying taxes for this nonsense?
Quick, take her inside.
Hey,
so they-
those people just refused to help me. I'm out of here. I will no.
So they are. So the patrol officers are grabbing you unless you resist.
I just got hit by you guys in a vehicle. Don't grab me. What's wrong with you? It hurts. I'm filing a report if you don't let me go.
Let go.
I'll sue you.
Paperwork. What?
Oh my gosh.
I want your badge numbers now, all of them.
But move along.
Badge numbers.
If you could move along, move along. I mean, you see the two patrol officers' badge numbers pretty easily.
What are their name tags?
They have officer name tags. Officer Nobody 1 and Nobody 2.
All right.
Well played.
All right, Officer Roberts and Officer Thomas.
Are you broadcasting a sin per chance?
I'm broadcasting nothing.
Oh. We need a CID.
Jesus. I give him Finite.
You are promptly written a ticket for not broadcasting a sin.
You hit me. It must have turned off.
I didn't see nothing. You see nothing? No, I didn't see nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Rip it. I'll see you guys later. Good day.
Move along.
Please tell me that they ripped it up. I don't want a ticket.
Well, they didn't actually write on a piece of paper.
My God, tell them to delete it.
They did still flag the sin with a ticket.
Son of a bitch, I'm suing. Suing them for hitting me with their vehicle.
And then the show turned into a full-on detective legal drama.
You guys just wait until next week's session. Amber goes to court.
Oh.
Yeah, Tesla was right. You got the badge numbers now because they wrote you a ticket.
My eyeballs are recording this nonsense, all of it. Getting hit, everything.
I feel like we're all just sitting in the van, like with our faces pressed against the window, like.
I go inside and I
Okay.
tell my friends, like, you're going to have to go without me, maybe. I don't know.
So as you walk away, the rest of you see the two patrol officers walk away. He gets in his car and drives off. Are we still following? Fisher says.
Is the tracker picking up?
Yeah, the tracker's picking up.
Then we don't need to follow. Not
Okay.
closely, anyway.
Let's wait till he falls asleep.
That's not real safe behind the wheel.
We do have to follow a little bit because the thing doesn't have infinite range.
No, but you want to come get in the truck and we'll go.
I'd like to walk out through a different entrance if there's
Sure.
like a side entrance.
Yeah.
Okay, pick me up around the corner.
So you get picked up. And thanks to the tracker, you still have enough range to track it.
Gonna email As Technologies HR department.
You got to file an incident report.
Yeah. Wrong corporation, by the way. Whoop. Stuffer Shack HR.
Oh, you were right.
Oh yeah, I am right.
Hmm.
I know what I'm playing.
Mm-hmm.
I know who I am.
Who are you? All right. So you follow along, and since you don't have to follow too closely, I won't make Fisher fail another driving test. And he does. Detective Boone does go home. So you find out where his address is.
Go ahead and put that in the As Technology report. Requesting for a lawyer.
So, we heading to his place?
I think that best.
All right.
All right.
What time of day is it, Bob?
So it's probably it's still daylight. It's probably about 6 o'clock in the evening or so. Probably another hour before dusk, or 2 hours before dusk.
So I say we at least go over and sort of check out the situation.
Watch the premises, see if there's any security that we need to be aware of and work through.
That was my thinking.
Then I think when he's asleep, we should all just be in his room. That's my idea.
That we should what?
Just be in his room when he's asleep. Wake him up.
That is an idea.
A lot of characters.
So you see him. He drives up to it's like one of those long apartment buildings. It's like a single floor, and it's got 6 apartments. And he goes into one of the ones in the middle. So we'll say apartment number 3. And the car is parked on the street.
Great. So I'm going to do some astral reconnaissance.
Okay.
Fisher.
I'm going to.
I say that every time I want him to do a thing that he does.
Fisher, you are much more pleasant to work with today.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Ouch. So you want me to do signatures or just straight astral?
Just straight astral.
You got it. Oh.
That's unfortunate.
That's quite not good. And not really much I can do about it with my edge situation.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
So I think we're just gonna take this one for now, and maybe with the hours we have, I can try again later with an updated.
Mm-hmm. And also remember wound modifiers are a thing.
So I'm at a -1.
Okay.
which should be, it doesn't automatically take it off?
I think there's a wound switch that you have to turn on to do that.
Oh. You want me to re-roll that then?
No, it's fine.
Okay. You just want me to have my one hit.
I'll take the one hit. So you take a look. You don't see a ward. You don't see any spirits outside.
Good.
And as you go inside, so you go inside, and it's still not dark yet. You see he's sort of sat down in front of the trid with a beer.
I'm gonna get a astral signature read of him.
Sure.
Three.
Okay. I think you get the same information you had before.
How's he feeling right now?
Angry.
I don't like that. I want to take a deeper look at his apartment and see if there's any. I think back to that stupid toad spirit and how it was like watching in like a low key point, and I'm going to look for something like that around the apartment.
Okay. So no need to roll again. You actually do. As you're looking around, you do see. There's not actually one there, but there's residue of one.
Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna get out of here for now. And give them the info. So, no spirit.
And you rolled high enough. You do recognize the astral signature on the residue.
It's her.
It's her.
So, no spirits at the moment, but she has had some sort of surveillance on him to keep an eye out. She's likely not feeling her best, so not doing it right at the moment. But that could change at any point. And no wards or other astral security that I noticed. He's feeling angry. Partner was shot. I'm sure he'll have a cry later.
Did we ever identify the folks that were in that van when we went to that sketchy hotel?
I chased them. That was so many episodes ago. I chased them, found out where they were.
They had gone to that warehouse that you guys invaded.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because it was warded.
Yep. So but didn't they leave in a car or something? A van? Something?
Yeah, I think you hung around long enough that they eventually left in a car.
Yeah. So, no new information on them.
The only reason I was thinking about it was in my conversation with Miss Nini that she called Mr. Luca a big rat. And there were lots of rats at that hotel, and that may be nothing connected there, but I just remembered that I couldn't remember if we had followed up on those folks, if we knew who they were.
If I saw their auras again, I could probably recognize them, but no, we figured, or at least I figured, that by going to the warehouse and destroying everything there, that we lopped the head off that snake.
I'm sure that's
be wrong.
right. No, sometimes rattlers got tails.
It's a loose end for sure. Rattlers always have tails. That's the snakes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
But I don't make up the expressions. I just say them.
Right. All right. Sorry. I didn't know that was already a saying.
Well, somebody said it somewhere. Maybe right here, right now, but
I thought you just said you don't make them up. You're talking in circles, Violet.
it's kind of what I do. So what are we going to do about this color here?
I think we wait. Well, we get any information on digital surveillance from Fisher, and then assuming we work through all of the security measures, we'll do another check for that spirit after he's in bed, and then we go in and
a wake-up call.
Yeah, I just look at Mr. Bell.
We know what that means now. When you say it.
You see, he's sleeping, so we would be waking him up. Also, he's going to regret being involved in this.
I see what you did there.
Wake up call, Fisher says. Sending of a message through violence.
Fisher, do you think that when you guys are doing that wake up call, possibly I got a ticket and I need you to get rid of it?
They gave you a ticket?
Yeah. They hit me with the car and then gave me a ticket. So I just need you to clean it.
That sounds like them.
Yeah.
Oh, Lone Star. Everyone hates you.
Yeah, so what sin is this on?
Finite.
Okay.
I need it for work.
You need what for work? The sin?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not even worthwhile. Nobody signed it.
Great. Trash it before it even gets whatever.
It's gone.
Yes. You're good, man. Fisher.
Especially with that roll.
That was a good roll. I see that roll 20 is only working in the GM's favor.
You roll for me next time, too.
Pretty okay.
Do all the rolls now.
I don't want to have 20 character sheets open at once.
So, what does Fisher find out?
Yeah.
So it took him a couple of hours to get rid of all traces of the ticket.
Oh, you did that first? Damn it.
Well, yeah.
Priority. If you're
Fisher-
nice, you get prioritized.
Fisher has focus issues, okay?
It's kind of just a accessory in this particular case.
She said, please. That's making a difference.
He gets a new text message titled Professionalism.
That's awesome.
You CC Nova?
Straight to trash. Block email.
All right. So what are you? So at this point, it is dark. It's probably about 9 o'clock by now.
We want like surveillance,
Do we just
any
want to
information
kidnap
on
him?
personnel.
We want to make sure any security cameras are
Yeah.
looped or wiped or whatever needs done.
So this guy doesn't have any security cameras.
The
What about the
building.
The
I
building
like the
doesn't-
way you think.
The building does not either.
Oh.
There we go.
I think home invasion is horrifying. So if we do this all in his own house, maybe it will give us edge. Maybe. Or we can kidnap him, whatever. But I just think home invasion is horrifying.
Well, since it's dark, let me do another check and see if he's turned into bed early or what. So,
Okay. So you project again and go in.
yep.
Okay.
I'll
You
do-
find much the same as before, except he has fallen asleep in that chair.
Okay.
Mm.
Want to take a look around his place again? I'm being super sneaky, by the way. Like, I'm doing that thing where there's a wall, and I just kind of like,
Homer Simpson in and out of it.
Yeah.
yeah. Amazing.
Okay. Yeah. So again, so you can go and make another sensing test.
Astro signatures or regular?
Regular.
Is it possible to fry anything he uses to communicate? I don't know Decker things.
You want me to break his comm link? I can do that.
And any other communication. Sorry, in character.
Yeah, 2 hits this time. Slightly better.
I mean, his comm link's not that hard to crack the first time. Yeah. So you see no changes other than he's asleep now. And that's when you see in astral space. So his comm link is sort of laying on the table, and you see it sort of fizzle.
Nice.
Less concerned about the comm link and more concerned about spirits that might smack me in the face with lightning.
You don't see any of those.
Okay. All right. So I do a thorough search of his place just to make sure, and then head back to the car.
Yeah. So I mean, this place is it's an apartment. That's instead of like the normal high rise, it's sort of on the outskirts of town, and it's that sort of suburban style apartment building. You don't see them too often. Usually more than one floor, but it's like it might have been a large ranch house at one point that somebody subdivided.
He's
Any
asleep.
neighbor activity?
He's asleep in his armchair, and no spirits.
Who wants to come in? I'm asking
No.
the team.
No, I'm not going.
I'll back you up.
Violet, respectfully, I may need to ask you to come along. I'm not good at diplomacy.
Are you going to wake him up?
Yes, but the questioning portion, that might be for you.
Well, as long as you're not looking for something sneaky, I'm happy to go along.
I'm going to get us in there first.
So Nova and Fisher are waiting in the car?
And you guys are going to bring him out to the van, right?
I don't think so. I think we're just going to interrogate him in there.
Because if he's the guy that we need to get, then
Yeah, we
have
do need to
take
get them, right? Yeah. So I think that we scare the answers out of him, get like a confession if we can, and then take him with us. And then we have to figure out how we got to get the other one, if she's involved.
Cool. Good luck, guys.
Right. Here we go.
You ready?
I'll invisible me and let me turn all my stuff on.
Okay.
I still have the spirit too. So step one, when being a mage, step one is increase reflexes. I have 5 hits on that. I fight drain equals.
I don't see your roll.
Oh, sorry, that was Fisher.
Sorry, yeah, I was rolling some stuff for Fisher.
Oh, 6 hits.
Okay.
And then my drain, I believe, is 5 plus however many I keep, right?
However many hits you keep, yes.
I
think it's 5 plus however many you keep above 1.
keep above 1. Okay.
Let's find out.
So
For each hit you keep beyond the first.
okay, so it's 5, and then if I keep 2, I take 6.
6 strain. Yep.
Let's do that because I don't want to take physical right now. Since I already have some. So let me roll my drain against 6. 5 hits. So I'm going to take 1 stun.
All right. And that gives you 2 to your initiative score and 2 dice.
Yep. And then step 2 to being a mage is, let's see, armor. And I have my focus concentration, so that's all good.
Mm-hmm.
4 hits. Let me roll my drain. Cool.
Okay. So
I'm doing great, guys.
That adds 40 your defense rating.
Yeah. I've already got 4, I've already got my spirit. And then I'm not even gonna bother with Mind Link right now. So finally I will do invisibility on myself and Violet. Three hits against 4 drain. Oh, I'm good.
And that one was on Violet?
Sure, we'll do that one on Violet.
Okay.
And then me. And now I take a penalty.
No, so you have 3 up, which is what you're currently able to sustain without penalty, right? You've got
right. So this is now this is my 4th spell because I'm casting.
That's right. So you don't take the penalty to cast that one.
Oh, okay.
You'll take penalties after that for everything you do.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because you're not sustaining it yet until you successfully cast it.
4 hits.
Okay.
4 drain.
Okay.
Did pretty good there.
Hey, Bob.
Feisty.
In this amount of time, have I healed up? I don't know how healing works in Shadowrun.
So do you have any stun damage?
No.
Okay.
All physical.
So physical requires a full day's rest.
Oh, okay. Even adept people?
Even adept people.
Okay.
Unless you have a specific power that allows you to heal faster.
Oh, okay. No Wolverine powers.
Yeah, I think there's like a quick healing power that might help, but yeah, most people, you when you take physical damage, you just have to. I mean, you've done your due diligence with med kit.
Mm-hmm.
So now your option is just to rest it off.
Okay.
So you still have how many boxes do you have?
6.
Okay, so you're a -2 then for everything. But if you click the wound button, it should calculate that on its own.
The wound button?
Yeah, so at the very top of your character sheet, there should be a slider button, a slider switch for wounds.
What if I don't click that? No, just kidding. All right, clicked.
Okay.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration.
So then the three of you walk up to the door. And as you walk up to the door, the mag lock clicks.
Say thank you to Fisher, but I wouldn't say thank you to Fisher.
Yeah.
Cool. We walk in all quiet like.
You hear over comms, "You're welcome." Okay, so you walk in all quiet like. Why don't we go ahead and do a stealth test from each of you?
Oh, can I do... Hold on.
Oh!
Great. That's not good at all. Can I do... What's it called? My thing? Attribute view boost.
Yeah, you can do attribute boost.
So do I just put 2... What do I do? Add 2 or something like that to...
Yes, you're rolling agility plus, or magic +2.
I believe the Shadowrun terminology is frag.
I add that 2 to my stealth roll, or...
No, it's just an agility +2 test.
Oh,
sorry, no, so it's a magic. I keep saying agility. It's a magic +2 test.
Sorry again, chat.
And then however many hits you roll, you're going to add that to your agility score.
Magic.
So magic attribute with a modifier of 2.
Oh,
and no other
magic / resonance. That one. No. What should I be?
So it should be magic attribute. So click that. Ask you.
Why am I not seeing that?
It's one of your attributes on the upper left. So like where your agility and stuff are, there should be. It's probably the second column.
Yeah, it should say magic / resonance.
Yeah, magic / resonance.
It's not clickable. Could it be?
How odd. Okay, so just manually roll 8 dice then.
Okay. Is that one hit?
That's one hit.
Of course it is. So I can add 1.
You can add 1 to your agility.
Thanks, Roll20. What a peach. Stealth plus a whopping 1 to assist my 3.
I feel like we'll never be able to pursue a sponsorship with Roll20.
Three hits.
Okay. I like to say Roll20 giveth and Roll20 taketh away, but tonight you've just been taketh away from.
Yep. Come on, Bob. Go
I've
ahead
been
and
robbed.
Oh my, critical
punish
glitch.
me.
So you guys walk in, and Curie, you're so focused on sustaining all these spells that you trip. You go sort of splaying across the floor, and you knock over the table with the comm link and the beer bottle, and the beer bottle shatters, and the guy wakes up. What?
Jesus.
Wakes up and sees no one there because we're all invisible.
You're all invisible. Let's see here. So I need to roll for him. And the invisibility. Here we go. Is a bonfire. What the? So he goes over and we make a. Somehow, stepping over Curie instead of stepping on her or tripping on her, and closes the door, sort of looks around. He sort of goes back. He looks at his comm link. His eyes go wide.
Shoot. I will go behind him, and I'll go, and I'll stun patch him. I whisper "Hey" in his ear.
So you toss a couple trank patches on him.
Yeah, trank patch him.
So go ahead and make an 2 unarmed strike tests.
Oh. A 4. Oh wait, can I? I think with Warrior's Way, I can swap for agility and then get that 1, if I'm not mistaken. Can I?
Yeah, so unarmed is already agility, so you should have got an extra 1 for that. But don't worry about it. That is more than enough for what you need.
Well, this one I didn't put a mod on it either. Oh, well, I got a 4. Okay. And the third one.
Are these both rating 6 trank patches?
Where is it at? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. What did we get the? Oh shit. I don't have it updated on what.
We'll call them 6 for now.
Okay.
And you put 3 on them.
Yeah.
So he struggles a bit, but falls over.
Face full of patches like that. That's my style.
Actually, I technically should make 3 soak rolls. Okay.
We overdose him on drink.
It's entirely possible. But he is unconscious.
All right, so
So I pull my hood down. I do love breaking and entering. So it seems like now we might have to wait a bit for him to wake for an interrogation. Maybe we just take him. Yeah?
I'm fine with that. Less chance of someone checking in on him.
Okay.
All right, so you carry him out.
Like a friend who's drunk. I don't want to throw him over my shoulder or anything like that. I want to look like I'm helping him.
Oh, so you're
Helping him
gonna
out.
weekend at Bernie's this.
Yeah, yeah.
So go ahead and make a con plus agility.
I don't have that, but
So-
unskilled agility.
Yep. And remember, you have an additional 1 because it's an agility test.
All right. Hey. Oh. I might think about adding that in the future.
So many skills you think about adding later.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty good. So you sort of hoist one arm over his shoulder and you sort of grab him around the waist and you sort of walk him out, as it were. And you get him into the van. And
then,
so...
oh,
go ahead.
I guess using my climbing gear. That's the only thing I could think of that has a rope. Kind of tie him up. Tie him to the... Wait, there's no seats left in the... Is there seats left in the van? Is there any room for this guy?
So you end up throwing him in like you did Luigi before. He's sort of half on a seat, half on the floor.
Put a
Because-
mask on.
Because every seat in this van is full. And so you guys drive off. And with that, we'll save the inevitable interrogation and whatever else comes after that for next time. So we'll wrap up here. We'll do our roundtable of introductions, and I think we have a giveaway to perform.
Yes, we do. So last chance, type hashtag RemPC in the chat to win either your choice of a Shadowrun 6th edition core rulebook, Seattle edition PDF, or a badge to Gen Con. Yay! So it's your choice. And watch your Twitch whispers because we'll reach out to you after the show. Again, you can donate to remalternis.com/newyen, which helps support paying our cast and crew and all that we do here. So thank you so much for your support. It means the world. And let's see. While Ava is doing our big drawing here, we do have a donor, and of course it's Kender Mage or Billy Berserker from chat, who wants us to read this. Does everyone see it and have it up? It's in Chatsy.
It's a
Mhm.
chat scene.
Yep.
We each have a part to play.
Yeah. All right. Someone broke into the police station and stole all the toilet seats.
So you're saying Lone Star has nothing to go on?
Guess they'll have to call the SWAT team.
This whole case stinks.
I'm laughing so hard, I'm all flush.
This conversation's going down the drain.
But
That
Yeah, it
was
is.
like 7 in 1.
So let's do we'll do our introductions. I'm Bob. I'm your GM. And my other geeky thing is on Tuesday nights over on Alternis. I run the 5th edition Shadowrun Chicago Missions arc. We're currently in season 7. Amber.
I'm Amber, and I play Nova, and I'm in that Tuesday night geeky thing that Pobs just mentioned, playing KO. Popcorn Jen.
I'm Jen, and I also am in this geeky thing with Bob and Amber on Tuesday night. I play Gertie, the troll medic who has a big sword. I'm also the owner of the Geek Forge, where we make cosplay props and accessories. And there is still time, if you're getting your Gen Con cosplay together, to have that little extra piece, and almost everything is glowy, so you know it's going to be awesome. Roland.
Hey, Roland, that's me. While I'm not a representative of Roll20, I am also a REM PC. You can catch me mostly here. I will be back on Sundays for Light Clockwork at some point. Do catch that. It's good stuff. Anything else I wanted to say? Darn, I was on a roll. Nope. So, Rem.
Hi guys, I'm Rem. We are on Twitch with all of these shows we're talking about at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. We stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Fridays, Saturday mornings, and Sunday nights with Like Clockwork that Roland is in and I am in as well. And that's steampunk fantasy D&D. So check that out. We have a lot happening, but the biggest two things that are most immediate is our new website is live. So check it out at remalternis.com. It's super slick, and we'll be promoting lots of cool stuff there. And then also, we have, it's going to be Gen Con in 2 weeks. So I will be there. Anyone else from the cast going to be there?
I cannot make it this year, but hoping for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Far away.
Well, I'll be there,
One
so
day.
if you see me, come say hi. I have pink hair. I'm easy to see, so come say hi. And yeah, that's kind of the stuff for right now. Without going on forever and ever and ever, because we have a winner, and we want to talk about the winner. The winner of your choice of core Shadowrun rulebook or Gen Con badge is, I'm going to make sure I say this right, ATLR is your Twitch handle. You are our winner. Yay!
Yay!
So I just added
Congrats.
you in chat. Congratulations. We'll send you a message to make sure that you get your choice, and we'll get you your prize. So thank you so much. Thank you all of you for joining us. Thank you, Tom, for running tech and making us all look great. And we will be back next week at with more Shadowrun, right?
Yes.
Awesome. So we'll
Wait,
see
we
you
got-
next.
we gotta wrap up this mission at some point.
Yeah.
We're going to part 4 of this mission.
This is our longest one yet. I'm very
Yeah.
excited about it.
Blame
So,
Roll20.
yeah.
What? What?
Roll 20 is the secret 6th player.
Yeah. I'm not salty at all.
And tune in too, because for the pre-show for Rules of Cool, I'll be interviewing Jamie Chambers, who's a game developer and the developer of the Cortex rule system for RPGs. So tune in. And
Which is used on Monday nights, I think, right?
yes, for Dresden Files RPG, Paranormal Albany on Monday nights on Rem's websites or Rem's Twitch channel. It's getting late, guys.
It is, yes.
Thank you all for joining, and we'll see
Thank
you
you.
next time. Bye, everyone.
Bye.